Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, holy,
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So cometh the hour, cometh the man. That's how the saying goes. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. The hour cometh, but what is the fate of the man? So the day today is that decision day. It's Nnamdi Kanu sent to the gallows to be in the customs of the Middle Eastern, have his head removed from the rest of his body, or would it be set on the path of freedom? So cometh the hour, cometh the man. There was never a moment in time that a musical piece is more seminal to the moment. So Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. That's what they tell us. But is he? So that question gets answered today. So late to the space for reasons of having a life, but we're now in the throes of the Nnamdi Kanu decision day. So we'll start it from the very beginning, and then we'll move it very quickly forward to the latter half. So because I know the thing has been ongoing for quite a while now. So but we're just coming in straight. So let's document where we stand in this particular. You already know what the sentiments of the platform is. Somebody that has done as grievous atrocities as Nnamdi Kanu has done, there can be no other movement outside of the judgment that is suited to his crimes. And we already have a teaser, a little taster with the Simon Ipa sort of judgment. So we know that we know the direction that is likely to follow. And the one thing that nobody has any anticipation of is that the judge will say, pack your bags and go home. So we have no anticipation of that. But what is the judge going to say? So we pick it up from here.
I am most grateful, my Lord.
So we're going to pick it up from what Nnamdi Kanu says here, and then we'll move it very quickly to where the moment is now, because I know we're very much back in the course of events.
My Lord, I am the defendant, applicant, appearing for myself in person, and I most respectfully adopt as my argument in support of this very motion on notice the following processes which I personally filed and served on the prosecution. An order, this motion, my Lord, was filed on the 12th day of November, praying this honorable court for the following reliefs. An order referring the substantial constitutional questions raised in this trial to the Court of Appeal pursuant to Section 2952 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and an order staying further proceedings pending the determination of those referred questions. The supporting affidavit was deposed to by my younger brother, Prince Emmanuel Kanu, together with all annexures. My Lord, my written address filed in support of the motion, wherein I adopted and argued the 3 jurisdictional issues submitted to your Lordship for your determination. There was also a further and better affidavit and my reply on points of law filed in answer to the respondent's counter affidavit and written address. My Lord, I respectfully urge your Lordship to deem all these processes as argued and to grant the reliefs exactly as set out on the motion paper. A brief overview of what is contained in my motion, my Lord. My contention is very simple. That ab initio, this court lacks jurisdiction to try me. That this very court is a material defiance of an appellate court judgment, the Supreme Court.
I'm aware that the platform is asking me to go very quickly to the moment, but we are just going to document what Nnamdi Kanu's opening statement, and we go immediately to the moment, and then later on, almost Yes, maybe in this night session, we go through the whole thing.
With specific regards to count 7, which does not exist in the laws of this very country, and which the Supreme Court mandated this very court to amend. That hasn't happened. The presence of count 7 on this charge sheet, my lord, nullifies this entire proceedings completely and totally, because count 7, my lord, does not exist in the laws of this very country. When I reply on points of law, I will make specific references to the ratio that came down from the Supreme Court, where my lord Lawal Garba explicitly stated that count 7 should be changed. That hasn't been done, my lord, and this court is in contempt of the Supreme Court binding order. My lord,
Oh, all right, so that's Nnamdi Kanu pretending to be a lawyer, but we cannot wait on that. Let's move very quickly to, let's fast it forward very quickly to where the judgment starts to come in.
Referendum. Any self-determination not done in accordance with the Constitution and with respect to count 7 of the charge. The defendant is charged with importing into Nigeria and keeping in Ubuluzo in local government of Anambra State within jurisdiction of this honorable court a radio transmitter known as Tram 50 concealed in a container of used household items which he declared as used household items, thereby committing an offense contrary to section 47(2)(a) of Custom and Excise Management Act Cap C45 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004. The dispute as to which law provides for the offense in count 7 has been conclusively decided by the Supreme Court in case of Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Kanu Supra, where my lord M.L. Garba, JSC, while reading the lead judgment head, and I quote, a calm reading of the details of the facts stated as constituting the offense mentioned or named therein would clearly and undoubtedly reveal that it deals with the offense punishable under the provision of section 47(2)(a) of the Custom, Excise and Management Act, Cap C45, Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004, which provides as follows: 47(2). If a person A imports or causes to be imported any goods concealed in a container holding goods of different descriptions, or he shall be sentenced to imprisonment for 5 years without the option of fine. In the above circumstances, that the mentioned the Criminal Act as being Chapter C45 or Chapter C45 in Laws of Federation of Nigeria 2004 is a mere mistake in place of correct law. The Customs and Excise Management Act, under which the facts alleged to constitute an offense in count 15, is punished and punishable. The offense in count 15 is consequently recognizable and grounded in an extant existing law in Nigeria in which it was defined and described, unquote. Thus, the court will follow the decision of the Supreme Court and decide count 7 based on section 47 of the Custom and Excise Management Act. The ingredients of the offense are: the defendant must have imported or caused to be imported goods concealed in a container. 2. The imported concealed goods must have been of a different descriptions. The evidence led by the prosecution through PW4 is that the defendant imported into Nigeria a radio transmitter known as TRAM 550L concealed in container which contain used household items which he described as such. PW4 stated that indeed the Department of State Service had tracked the transmitter of Radio Biafra to a compound in Umuluzino in Ihiala, local government of Anambra State, belonging to one Benjamin Madubulu. The officer secured a search warrant, exhibit PWT, and proceeded to the compound where they recovered the container. Prior to going to the scene, PW4 testified that he watched a video of the defendant inspecting the container and the transmitter with Benjamin Modubugu. The court visited where the container was kept in the custody of the DSS, and same was admitted in evidence in the presence of the defendant as exhibit PWY, and he did not object to same. The container itself contains several household items which appear to be covered for the transmitter concealed in it. The prosecution has led evidence to show that the transmitter was smuggled into the country without sale being declared to custom. That the cover of the household item was used to disguise its true content. The surrounding facts also show that the purpose for which the defendant intended to use the transmitter was to broadcast program on Radio Biafra, and this makes it conceal the transmitter. This is also not, there is also no evidence that Radio Biafra is registered with the Nigeria Broadcasting Commission as stated by PW4. Thus, it is safe to conclude that the concealment of transmitter is in furtherance of the illegal operation of Radio Biafra by the defendants. The defendants, as a consequence of resting his case on the prosecution, did not call any witness to report the evidence of the prosecution, neither did he lead any evidence to counter the evidence of the prosecution. There is no evidence before this court stating the transmitter was lawfully imported into Nigeria. The defendant has the duty to present evidence and facts to report the allegation made against him. But he failed and deliberately refused to do same. The court is therefore bound to believe the evidence of the prosecution. Consequently, the court hereby convicts the defendant of count 7 of the charge. I must say here that defendants have always claimed to be a freedom fighter. He is only seeking justice for his people. Indeed, this is known in law as the right to self-determination. The right to self-determination is a political right recognized in several international instruments. Article 1 of the International Convention of Civil and Political Rights, 1966, provides, and I quote, all people have the right of self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economy, social, and cultural group of people to form their political entity or their own government. Article 20 of the African Charter on Women and People's Rights also provides, and I quote, all people shall have the right to existence. They shall have the unquestionable and inalienable right to self-determination. They shall freely determine their political status and shall pursue their economic and social development according to the policy they have freely chosen. 2. Colonized or oppressed people shall have the right to free themselves from the bond of domination by resorting to any means recognized by the international community. 3. All people shall have the right to the assistance of the state parties to the present charter in their liberation struggle against foreign domination, be it political, economic, or cultural. Unquote. Nigeria has domesticated the African Charter, which is known as the African Charter on Women and People's Rights, Ratification and Enforcement Rights, which means the provision of the Charter are enforceable in Nigeria. provided they do not conflict with the clear provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. Section 2(1) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended makes it clear that Nigeria is an indivisible state, which means there is no room for division. The said section provides, and I quote, Nigeria is one indivisible, indissoluble sovereign state to be known by the name Federal Republic of Nigeria, unquote. This means that anyone agitating for a breakup of the Federation of Nigeria is going against the Constitution. However, any person agitating for self-determination can do so through the National Assembly seeking for amendments of the Constitution regarding the indivisibility of Nigeria and to reflect the condition of the agitating state. It is after this that the procedure can be said to be completed, but not excluding a referendum. Any self will be illegal. That is not only agitating for secession of the state of the southeast, south, and some middle belt states. Is doing so using terrorism as a weapon. Terrorism has become a monster in the world today, and several groups have continued to use this weapon to form separate governments. In Nigeria, groups like Boko Haram, Lakurawa, IPOP have in recent years troubled Nigeria with terrorist activities. This terror group, by their activities, has denied innocent people the enjoyment of their fundamental rights. The action of the defendant and his terrorist organization have led to the bloodshed of innocent citizens, as well as security personnel who were going about their legitimate duty. His incitement through the broadcast on Radio Biafra as well as the social media platform of the group has led to the destruction of lives and property, as well as affect the daily life of his people of Southeast. The defendant did not only threaten the government of Nigeria, but his own people. This is seen in a broadcast while addressing the death of one of the commander of IPOP, named Ikozo. The defendant on 25th day of April 2021 made a broadcast where he stated, and I quote, Ikozo was not killed on the battlefield, but was killed in his village in the middle of the night. Not only battlefield, because of the battlefield, no army or police can defeat him. Ever since Eastern Security Network was launched, I have not seen anybody tell me that their life has not improved since it was launched. Around 21 minutes, the defendant stated, vengeance is a monster of appetite, forever blood-tasty, never filled. Ikozo is in heaven. He is going to be revenged, and by God, he will be revenged. All those who had hand in Ikozo death are all dead. People walking, all of them. He also stated that Ikozo will be mourned in a special way, just like how the Oba of Benin is buried with human heads. That the said Ikozo is more than an Oba.
You know, in that particular broadcast, he actually, I think he actually asked for the head of 200 or maybe even 2,000 young girls to travel to the afterlife with that person that was spied. He said that publicly, and it was captured and recorded, and these people acted on it and reported back to him. So Nnamdi Kanu is singularly the most dangerous man in Nigeria, without doubt.
Thank you. There is no for that purpose. Corroboration refers to supporting or additional piece of evidence that supports another evidence. See Ogunbayo and the state citation supplied, where the Supreme Court held, and I quote, corroboration having been held not to be a technical term of all, means no more than evidence tending to confirm, support, and strengthen other evidence sought to be corroborated. This evidence is to corroborate the evidence, the statements of the defendants. I must say here that the prosecution witnesses were consistent and calm in the giving of the evidence. Their calm demeanor, despite provocative questions under cross-examination, shows that them to be witness of truth. I carefully observed them, and the only conclusion to reach is that they are witness of truth. And this court readily believed them. The defendant, on the other side, from its attitude in court, was truly very cocky. He stated that no court can convict him. This is a direct affront on the power of the court, which this court will not take for granted, but will do justice. It is interesting to note that the defendant, who claimed to be a freedom fighter, has even caused more harm to his own people, who are predominantly Christian faith. Can this be said to be agitation for self-determination? Not at all. Agitation for self-determination cannot be to the detriment or to be detrimental to people who are supposed to be beneficiary of that said self-determination. The usual sit-at-home order primarily affects his own people of the Southeast. The killing of people who disobeyed the order are his own people. Ordering of closure of churches and schools as well as markets also affects his own people. They are unable to trade. The stress of violence and death have prevented these people from going about their legitimate businesses. Are these acts of the defendants consistent with the agitation for self-determination? The answer is in the negative once again. The defendant was not elected by anybody, also cannot dictate for the people of Southeast, especially through intimidation and threats of violence. He's a terrorist. He must be treated as such. In final analysis, the prosecution has successfully established the 7-count charge against the defendant beyond reasonable doubt. Consequently, he is convicted on all the 7 counts. By the time the next just 30 minutes I go to the chambers, anybody is free to come and get a certified 2 copy of the judgment.
All right, we're going to fast forward quickly. I think the judgment is about to come, so we want to hear that judgment. That's really all we're interested in.
As the court pleases,
May I get to the chambers, the next 30 minutes it will be signed.
Thank you, my lord. To note that the company has shown neither remorse. He has friends, but no one can say the true. And that Nigeria has both the power and the capacity to punish anyone who, through deliberate, reckless acts of terrorism, seeks to divide the country by attempting to create the so-called Republic of Biafra by force out of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My lord,
We must still give him opportunity.
Your lordship may give him a right to acquire any, but with the permission, with the authority of National Security Advisor and the Controller General of the correctional facility that he may be put. Therefore, my lord, it's not an absolute or free right for him to begin to acquire those digital devices that may encourage him to reenact or to begin to commit the same or similar offense under his right to freedom of speech. So we are saying, my lord, that your lordship should restrict it. My lord, considering that the committee has to be in a custodial facility. We are asking your lordship to direct that for the safety of the convict, for his safety, for his security, and for the protection of his life until your sentence is executed. I respectfully, sir, as a prosecutor, plead with your lordship to direct that he be kept in the safest custodial center anywhere in Nigeria, because his safety is very important. Your lordship need to take judicial notice of what happened when Simon Ekpa was sentenced in Finland. There were lots and lots and lots and lots of talks and talks. The convict has enemies. He has friends. But no one can say the volume or the number of his enemies who may want to eliminate him. So we're asking, my lord, that your lordship order the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to keep him in the safest custodial center anywhere in Nigeria. You know, and if I may say with all sincerity, I am not too sure that Kuje, where there have been jailbreaks, will be the ideal place. So I'm urging your lordship, with all sense of responsibility, to preserve his life until he answers his sentence. So I thank your lordship, and I pray that the incidents of terrorism will cease from Nigeria, from north to east, to northwest, to north central, and as we see, may God spare Nigeria of disintegration. I want to thank you. I want to appreciate you on behalf of my colleague, Adebayo Ojo, and Suraj Saida. We're grateful to your lordship for a well-researched, a well-reasoned, and a courageous judgment. Thank you, my lord.
There is no doubt that the convict has waived his right to be present through his unruly attitude, the habitual unruly attitude to be in court when the judgment was read. But we must still give him opportunity to hear one or two things from him, but not personal, through his person. Since his consultant is here and the offense has to do with death sentence, I will call his consultant, that was his lawyer.
Not that, or not the sentencing, the offense, because this is what Nigerians want. This guy has done too much, taken too many lives. So there can be no other sentencing other than capital punishment. And the judge has already indicated in the direction that he's going.
Before he converted him to consultant, if he has any allocutors to make on his behalf. Mr. Jimako, do you have any allocutors to make on his behalf?
My lord, being an officer in this temple of justice and not being properly dressed and not being his counsel of record, I will yield this very task to Honorable Obina Agocha, who is better qualified than me, being the member of House of Representatives who represents Mazen Nnamdi Kanu.
It's okay. Honorable, let me have your full name and restrict yourself to allocutors. Allocutors is what we mean.
Yes, so don't try to start doing egotic campfire dance, because once you see people like this, there's nothing that comes out of them. This character in the white outfit right there. Once you see elements like this, there's nothing that comes out of them than ethnic chest beating. So that's why the judge is very quick to direct him that stay on topic. We don't care for your ethnic jingle.
Mitigates the sentence. Is our brother. Let us consider, let us hear you. You tell us your name. We can't, because of your unruly behavior, deprive him of allocutors. Can I hear from you?
Thank you, my Lord. My name is Right Honorable Obi Agocha. I represent the good people of Iguano, Umuahia North, and Umuahia South Federal Constituency in the 10th National Assembly. My Lord, I am the direct representative of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. That's why you see me here almost every time, showing presence and also showing solidarity with him. The matter has come to a closure for now. I'm not his lawyer. I wouldn't know whether they will seek appeal. But for now, the Lord, he's my brother. He's my friend. I went to school with him. We attended primary and secondary school together, though he was my junior.
So now I'm not quite sure if this is going to be a plea for clemency, but we don't want to hear the backstories of how you were chasing babes when you were younger. Nobody cares about. We all chased babes when we were younger. So what mitigation are you asking the court to give consideration to? That's where the question is. What mitigation are you asking the court to give consideration to?
But it is my responsibility and obligation as a member of the National Assembly to represent him as well. The Lord, I plead for mercy, I plead for clemency, and I appeal for peace and for stability of not just the Southeast, but as well as Nigeria. Like the prosecutor said, Nigeria is bleeding over the last few days, and we must bring some of these issues to bear and to understand how to find common solutions to our common problem of terrorism. I also wish to appeal to the prosecution team that it has been done to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. The other people out there also doing more worse than him.
Please,
Sorry, sir.
I asked for a locutor.
Yes.
You see, and we all knew he was going to go in that direction. No, we want Sunday Igboho hung too, and the bandits in the what have you done about the bandits in the north and all that? So forget about the bandits in the north and Sunday Igboho. Speak to the bandits that we have changed to the desk in our DSS facilities.
Sir,
please don't.
So no, I apologize, sir. So I want the court to take judicial notice of that this trial has gone on for almost 10 years. Mazen Kanu is almost 56 to 57 years old now. He has been absent in his family life, his children, his community, his family.
So as a result of Nnamdi Kanu's activities, there are thousands and tens of thousands of people that are permanently now absent in the lives of their families, all as a result of Nnamdi Kanu interfering with their life and seeing them to the ground. So forget him being absent from his family, he's still alive. What about the tens of thousands of people that he had pied?
So I plead for the Lord to show mercy, to temper justice with mercy. And as we move forward, it shall be great for our country. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm a friend of the court, having come from.
They did temper justice with mercy when he was ordering the sacrificing of 2,000 young girls because his friend was spied. Where's the mercy there? When he was saying burn out Lagos, slaughter them all, where was the mercy then?
On the other side of the government,
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the court. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will consider all this, and I will rise and come back by 10 minutes to 4. You may go and come back 10 minutes to 4 for the sentencing. I will rise and come back.
The good people of
So he will rise and come back at 10 minutes to 4. So we will continue at the moment. So I'll send the link into the comment section again. This is a big moment in time in the course of the life of the Nigerian state. So are very important for you to document your thoughts. So the link in the comment section, if you have any thoughts. The body language of the court tells us already the direction of travel, but what is your anticipation? And what do you think the sentencing will be? And what do you think the after spill of that sentencing will be as well? So we've got our Rugby Gidigba with us at the moment. We've got our King Emeka with us as well. So still plenty of spaces. Anybody else to come in, come in. So let's start it off, kick it off with you, Aro. So a lot of people anticipated that there'll be a deferment. People didn't actually expect the judgment to come in today, but the judgment is coming in today, and the body language of the court, it gives us no equivocation on the direction that judgment is likely to follow. So what are you making then of what is transpiring before our very eyes?
Okay. Good afternoon, one man. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you quickly, but if you stay within that consistency, then that will be fine.
What about now? Is it much better now?
Yeah, it's marginally better. Carry on.
Okay. So one man, good afternoon. I listened to before you started off today. I was already listening to the proceedings in the court. Nnamdi Kanu was rather very boisterous today in court. He made some statements. Some of his supporters that came, including a lady, made some rather inappropriate ethnic and tribal statements. He has not helped his cause, but most importantly, looking at what the judge has said, he's gotten himself in a lot of trouble, and he's in a very, very precarious situation. And he's endangering his life. He's playing with his life, actually. He's toying with his freedom, and most importantly, he's toying with his life. I do pity him, actually. I was listening to the judge, and I felt a lot of pity for him, because I see, it's such a terrible situation. He might lose his head. Let's just put it that way. He might lose his life. He might be condemned. Because the minimum,
are you saying might or should? Because we can't sit on the fence at this moment in time. The court was quite detailed on what's been alleged, and the sentencing is based on. They were telling us that he was asking people to be paid, sacrificed to his parliament. There's no ifs and buts here. You have to be clear in what you're saying.
So he's decided to defend himself, which is a terrible decision. And the prosecution have been able to bring forward evidence that he committed a crime, that he is the leader of the IPOB, that indeed IPOB has been prescribed as a terrorist organization, and that indeed they have actually gone out and committed homicide and murder. And that he was integral to that planning and to that organization and in furtherance of that. I don't know why he opted to defend himself. Because right now, the minimum he can get is 21 years. Now, if you remove the 8 or so years or 10 years that he has been in detention, you remove that, you're looking at 11 years minimum. It's the minimum he can get right now as we speak. Like everything is up because right now he is guilty of all 7 charges. But even if you say the judge is being, yes, it's just God has just between now and 3:45 or 3:50, whatever time the judge says he'll be back for judgment. If God miraculously ministers to the judge and all the angels come down and they tell the judge to be as merciful as he can, the minimum he can get is 21 years. Take away the give or take almost 10 years is been in detention. Well, minus all the years that was away before they got him in Kenya. Okay, let's just say they give him 8 years, okay? You're still looking at a minimum of 11 years he will be incarcerated. For what?
My brother, let me ask you this question. Why are you pleading for? Why are you talking this way?
You see, I'm being very rational.
You say you pity for. Why do you pity a criminal?
No, he's a human being. I mean, it's not like I pity a criminal, but at this point in time, I'm listening to it and I'm looking at his humanity and I'm saying, why have you gotten yourself in this kind of situation?
Are we right to still keep giving consideration to Nnamdi Kanu being a human being? There is nothing in his conduct. There is nothing in his conduct.
The guy
hold on. There's nothing in his conduct to suggest he's a human being. Tens of thousands. He's not biting people. Do you know that his followers they were buying and cooking people and eating them?
I know. I've seen the videos. I have the pictures.
Is that the conduct of a human being? Don't grant him. Really, don't show no mercy.
Yeah, I know. See, one man. I'm not part of the people because 44 lawmakers yesterday wrote a letter to the president, asking the president to instruct the attorney general what's that word they say? To essentially to drop the case. Essentially, I don't support that. I think the judge is going to make a very conclusive judgment today. I think that judgment should guide the president and should guide the federal government in how they're going to deal with all other forms of insecurity and terrorism in the country. And they can use that as a bulwark to actually then go after all the other troublemakers and all the other nuisance, elements wherever they are in the country. And I think this is an opportunity for the federal government. I do not believe that the federal government, after this judgment, is probably going to seek appeal. He has a number of days to seek appeal. So he has, I don't even know he's going to do it because he has to get lawyers and then do the appeal, whatnot. I don't want the federal government to grant any form of clemency or any form of pardon. The federal government needs to use this as an opportunity to go after all criminals or terrorists or troublemakers, wherever they are in the country. Okay, and they use this as an example.
Sorry, Aro. I don't think the window for clemency is yet open. Because of course he has to exhaust all his legal options before the government can then make a political. So
but I don't want that political solution. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but we're still a long way. I think the prospects of a political solution actually comes in 2027 because of course whatever the judgment comes out now, he will go straight to appeal, and then that will take a whole raft of process, and then that appeal will be appealed to the Supreme Court. So ultimately, the government has to wait for the Supreme Court judgment in order then to take a political stand. So I don't think the judgment will mark the gravity of his crime. So the judgment will mark that, and then we want to see.
If it goes to appeal, the judgment the government can choose not to contest it as well, and that could be a form of political solution as well.
No. That will go against the mood of the nation. That will go against the mood. Hold on, Kenny. Now, there's no political. Sorry, Kenny. There's no political expediency to the government granting him clemency now, because the mood of the nation, especially is crimes one, is wanton disregard for the rule of law two, is arrogance in the courts, is abuse of the system, all of these things. The nation wants
continued arrogance. Arrogance is
the nation wants this guy brought to heel. and especially for his crimes. That's what the nation wants. So the political window for clemency is not there now.
Well, I think his arrogance is continued, and you know, he's entitled to, like the judge said, and I'm happy the judge said it, that he's entitled to self-determination. It's guaranteed by all conventions that we signed to. However, uh, his continued behavior is quite something to give a lot of worry. You can have conviction, but I mean, it's disregard for the rule of law. It's disregard for the authority of the judge, in fact. I have to salute the judge because it seems like Kanu has dedicated his time to antagonizing the judge at every opportunity. And we can't have a country like that, where some individuals decide that they are above the law and they can choose which laws they obey and which laws they flout, and in fact, they can make laws for themselves. It's unfortunate he has found himself in this situation, and I'm worried that he might lose his head. He might. I'm worried that he might be sentenced to death.
Are you worried that are you worried that he might be sentenced to death, or are you worried about the after spill of that is further go into some sort of anarchy?
No, there will be quite a lot of trouble. There will be a lot of incitement in the social media space, and we have to look at that against what we are going through in Nigeria at the moment. There's a lot of this genocide talks, of which I believe BT also told me earlier on that the DOJ in America, the Department of Justice, has released some documentation to the effect that there's an IPOB connection to these genocide claims and whatnot that the Americans have responded to. So I think there will be a lot of incitement. There will be a lot of trouble. There might be protests. Individuals are entitled to protest, actually. They are entitled to freedom of speech. But I believe there will be a lot of incitement. There will be a lot of, and the fact, and I'm very disappointed with the lawmakers and legislators and senators who wrote, 44 of them, wrote a letter to the president asking for him to order the Attorney General to drop the case. I think that's very bad of them, and that was done just some days ago. I think in light of the fact that these individuals knew there was a judgment coming down the line, I think they should not have, they should have held up from such a thing. They are responsible.
I think we're at a crossroad now, a defining moment in time that will determine if we're a nation state ruled by the rule of law or a banana republic. If for everything that this guy has done, which is well documented, we all know just the tens of thousands that these people have seen off this earth, just the savagery, the brutality, what he has turned the Southeast into, and all of that. If they grant him some sort of opportunity to walk away, then we cannot continue to say, well, some sovereign state ruled by the rule of law. This guy is singularly probably the most evil person in Nigeria yet. There's no window. Give him that judgment, and then the judge should give a short window for him to appeal or have that judgment carried out. Take him to bar bench and do what is necessary, the Lawrence Anene treatment, and then let these people roll on the streets, form anarchy, chop a bit of a bullet, and then everything comes down. We cannot let this guy get away with it.
I know one man. I know. It's just, one man. I've been very disturbed in the last several. In fact, I've actually noticed I've not been present lately on your show. I've been very disturbed about the rhetoric in Nigeria lately, and I see some people in the comment section. Someone mentioned earlier that I'm speaking from both sides of the mouth. No, I'm not. I'm being rather very tame these days. I'm being very disturbed, very worried. I can't deny other individuals of I think a lot of people are concerned, but I'm very worried about the country, very, very. And this Nnamdi Kanu is an element in the country. And I think his conviction is going to cause quite a lot of disquiet in the coming days. So that's why I'm going to leave it one man. I feel I don't know. I don't know how to. Well, I know I want him to be convicted. I want the government to set an example. I don't want the government to enter into any political solution. But at the same time, I pity him because I see that he has brought himself into this situation. Is this where he is right now is a consequence of his actions. And he's brought himself to this situation, and I'm asking myself, for what?
Can I ask you a question, Aro?
Yeah.
When they pie Bolage and Abiola, what happened? The Nigerian, what happened to Nigeria?
Nigeria has moved on since then.
Exactly.
You see? And the world has moved on to a world where there's hyper sensationalism. There's now unrestrained use of social media to instigate. So Nigeria has moved on since then, I want us to be quite aware of that. And even the people that lead us and the security for everywhere around the world, everybody is quite aware of that. We have seen the destabilization of countries using social media and weaponization of social media. We have seen the use of social media by the Chinese and the Russians to influence elections in different countries around the world. And we have seen we've seen it with Brexit. We've seen it with at least the UK elections. We've seen it with elections across Europe. That there's been a hyper-sensationalism. There's a weaponization of social media to destabilize governments, to upset elections and whatnot. So we can't just close our eyes to that reality. That is a real fact. And I think what's going to happen with this conviction is we can expect quite a lot of unrest and unease in the country, sensationalization, and all sorts in the coming days.
Not of such will happen. Forget. That was just playing your head. Nothing of such will happen. Anybody that make mess, they will put them together. It's as simple as that. Nothing will happen because the person that. So what about the family of those that pie? The policemen, the policewomen, the shops, the property, and all that.
The innocent victims just going about their lives in the southeast. Somebody died. You asked for 2,000 heads to bury.
One man, is it my turn?
It's your turn, Emeka. I was just waiting for Aro to land. So it's your turn. So is that moment in time now?
Done, one man.
All right, thank you, Aro. Stay with us. So is that moment in time, Emeka? So we've been in anticipation, and with what the body language of the court already points us in the direction that the judgment is likely to go. But what are you anticipating to hear from Justice Omotosho, and what are you anticipating will be the after spill of this? Or, of course, you are in anticipation of an immediate appeal, but what do you think this moment in time means?
Well, good morning, everyone, wherever you are. It's morning my time, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are listening. I will try as much as possible to pick out some good stuff, despite the anticipation of the news or the judgments that Justice Omotosho is about to pronounce. We've been asking for Nnamdi Kanu to go through the process of the judiciary process, that he has been kept illegally. His case is not moving. Where the charges, he's been in detention for quite a long period of time, and that is not a normal situation. Also, let's not forget the fact that the extradition process was not followed. He was kidnapped from Kenya, and I must also include that the Supreme Court ruled on that matter and disparaged the Nigerian government and security operative with the way they went about bringing him from Kenya to Nigeria, but yet still said he has a case to answer, and they referred the matter to the Federal High Court. At this point in time, looking at the scenario, the situation, I think Nnamdi Kanu is not helping himself. they've been people interceding on his matter. We have governors, we have House of Representatives. There was one who just spoke, a former House of Representative who claims to be very close to him. And also, as one of the panelists said, 44 House of Representatives wrote to the president. People are trying to help his cause, but the man himself seems to be arrogantly ignorant, and I don't understand his reason why. Now, this apart from the charges brought before the Honorable Justice, this case is bordered on separationism, terrorism, self-determination, and national security, right? Does Nnamdi Kanu have the right for self-determination and to separate from Nigeria? The justice agreed, according to international law. But according to the Constitution of Nigeria, you have to go through the prescribed procedure to do so. He has not done so, understandably so. And if you look at histories of separations from a sovereign nation, whether from the United States separated from the Great Britain, or Northern Ireland doing the same thing, any form of separation, it doesn't go through a legal process. It doesn't go through a means of justice and peace. It's always been violent. Even that of South Africa, it's always been violent. So history has shown us that peaceful separation is quite difficult, right? It's quite difficult to achieve. You either go through forceful separation, and then when you are at the point of succeeding, other people can come in to say, okay, let's not make this situation more of a mess. Carry your load and go. So Nnamdi Kanu, and not just only Nnamdi Kanu, those who align themselves with the views of separating from Nigeria have legitimate concern. Legitimate concern, they do. And if we want to also go through our own history as Igbo people, I think we should be allowed to express our opinions, express our rights, express our views, express our actions to leave Nigeria in view of the consequences, the circumstances, the issues, the problems, and the situation. We've gone through a civil war. That was an Igbo genocide. We persevered. We've not been involved properly into the political discourse of Nigeria. We've not been involved or integrated properly into the affairs of Nigeria. And of late, we can see the alienation of the Southeast in Nigeria affairs. It appears Nigeria wants us to stay, but Nigeria also does not want us to leave. So in terms of self-determination and separation, the Igbo people has a concern, and Nnamdi Kanu, being championing that cause, has concerns too. Now, on the case of terrorism and other security issues being cited, those casualties are uncalled for. Why? Because the people you are trying to liberate, the people you are trying to free, the people you say you are speaking for are actually the victims. This is where my views about the separations movement, the separations association, the IPOB, and the ESN do not align properly. I am speaking as an Igbo man, not just as an Igbo man, and also a titled person in Igbo land, so that my voice can be recorded. Now, you are fighting for people, you say you are fighting for their freedom. You are also extorting them, you are killing them, you are creating economic loss in Igbo land. And you are also not even providing the grounds where others can be sympathetic to your view. Am I correct? So now, in this view, we have the Monday sit at home, which, in my own estimation and calculation, has resulted to 44 trillion naira loss for just sitting at home. That is restriction of the movement of people. That is not a good look. There are also killing of security operatives, kidnapping of security operatives, kidnapping of some Igbo leaders and some Igbo victims. And that is not a good look. It appears that this movement has been hijacked and exploited by grifters, in my view. So the charges on terrorism, the charges on insecurity, the charges of tension are not frivolous. They are not frivolous. Despite the fact Nnamdi Kanu is saying that the court does not have jurisdiction to try him, I think he is not right in that manner. Now, on national security. Yes, Susan.
Yeah, this is what I want to say is that he has the right to say they are frivolous. There's nothing you should blame the DSS that conduct this investigation. Everything is all about what he said in the radio. There's nobody, there's nobody to be placed beside it that this thing happened. Nnamdi Kanu give us this direction.
Okay,
there's
fine.
nothing like that. Everything is all about the radio.
Can I hop on that?
I'm not in support of him, but I think if you have a lawyer, they will fight, they will reduce the sentence for him. Because when I listen to everything the DSA, he gives this, it looks like he can try to say that I'm just joking on my radio. There's nothing tangible.
I was going to speak. I was going to speak to that. Let me continue, please, so that I can focus on the. It's morning my time, please. Yeah, it's morning my time. Let me just continue, right? So now, like I said, Nnamdi Kanu did not help himself, right? Did the prosecution or the government lawyers, did they provide evidence of him inciting violence in Nigeria? They did. Now, it is left for Nnamdi Kanu to defend himself via his lawyers, or, like he said, he wants to defend himself. Did he provide evidence of him not inciting violence? The judge also quoted it. No. Did he provide evidence of him not giving instruction?
Sorry, Emeka, carry on. Did you drop? Carry
no,
on.
I'm here. So did he provide views that are different that would give him a fighting chance? No. Again, this morning, he was also saying that the judge does not know the law. So these are body language, communications, arrogant behaviors that are quite unnecessary, that also would kick against him or pit themselves against him. It is not necessary at this point in time. Everybody, even Nnamdi Kanu, has supporters from the Southwest. Nnamdi Kanu has supporters from the South-South. Nnamdi Kanu has supporters from the North. Nnamdi Kanu has supporters from the Middle Belt, because they understand the reason why he is fighting. Maybe the manner he has chosen are not appropriate, because you cannot be liberating your people and at the same time killing them. You cannot be liberating your people and at the same time putting them into squalor. That, for me, I do not agree. Now, on the concerns of national security, which results to post-reaction based on the judgment of the justice, of the Honorable Justice Omotosho, and also including clemency here, he has the right, and I agree with the honorable member who spoke about clemency for him. The judge should look at what the reaction would be based on his pronouncement. how would certain factions in Nigeria react? How would the security condition in Nigeria be? How would the environment and community look like? So, in my view, this is bordered on national security. I hope the judge will sit down, and maybe there might be some pressure from external parties discussing with him on balancing these issues. There are legitimate reasons to charge Nnamdi Kanu to prison, right? I listened to one of the first panelists who said he's afraid that Nnamdi Kanu might lose his life. That is as a result of sentencing him to death, which is part of the charges for terrorism. I would not want the judge to go to that light. I think the judge should avoid that completely, because it will look like, in my view, this is my opinion, every other person may disagree, it may look like an overkill given the current state of the country. Why? Because we've seen what is going on in other regions. We've seen how instead of them being brought to justice, we're talking about peace. We're talking about reintegration. We are talking about government sponsorship and the rest. This happened for the Niger Delta. Let's be fair here. It also happened. It's currently happening with the bandits and terrorist group in the north. Then, if you are going to subject Nnamdi Kanu to a different route, then it will look like an overkill, and it's going to make the country very, very charged. And it will give we, the Igbo people, the right to say that we have been marginalized and that we have not been treated fairly. So I would call on the judge to also look at the route of clemency, because that option is available, and such option has been given to other groups and individuals too. Such option have been given to other groups and individuals in our history and in our judicial precedents. It has happened. So the judge should also look at that route, and if he thinks in his heart that that is a route to go, I don't think Nigerians will disagree with him. Then again, right, the behavior of Nnamdi Kanu is what I do not agree. A lot of people are looking at him. Millions of Nigerians are looking at him, young, old. His posturing, his utterances, his communication style, and his arrogant behavior is not the time for it. Whether he's trying to behave that he's strong and not afraid, so that his supporters can see him as a brave man, it is not the time. Silence would have been the best route for him. Silence would have been the best behavior for him. He would have allowed his lawyers to speak on his behalf. If he feels his lawyers are not good enough, there are other lawyers with good experiences that he would have been able to recruit. He should have allowed his lawyers plead his case. He should have allowed his lawyer defend him properly. He should have allowed his lawyer provide evidence that the need for you saying the court does not have jurisdiction over you, it is wrong in my own view, because the Supreme Court was the one that pushed the case down to the Federal High Court to try the case. So the highest court of the land has passed that case, passed his file to the High Court for discussion and for judicial proceedings to take place. So all these shenanigans, all the behavior, I don't like it. So this is my opinion about this matter. But again,
yeah, before I move the
national security.
Before I move the microphone on, Emeka, I was going to ask you a question, but I think you may well have already answered it in your submission. So, taking everything into consideration and boiling it down to the singularity of a judgment, what judgment do you think should come in this particular scenario?
That is what I'm saying. The judge should take into factor so many things.
Find him guilty, but grant him clemency.
Thank you. National security. The post reactions of Nigerians based on his judgment, external factors pleading his case, political class pleading his case, the behaviors of his supporters. And again, he is not doing something. If he's going to look at clemency, if he's going to look at reduction of sentencing, this is not the first time he will be doing this. We have done it for other people, other individuals, and other groups. I would rather plead for clemency. But does he deserve the clemency? He has not shown it, even to today. Even to
You know,
today.
for clemency, there has to be remorse. Is there remorse
Exactly.
in
It is the remorse that we have not seen. If he was remorseful, he doesn't even need to be remorseful. He
because
just
he
needs
is
to stay
insisting
quiet.
he's standing on his rights.
He
He
just
is
needs to
insisting he's
stay
standing on
quiet.
his
He
rights, you
just
know.
needs to stay quiet. If he has stayed quiet, at this point, Nigerians do not need to hear his voice. He has been speaking for long.
Okay.
Let his lawyers do his bidding. But he is not choosing to become arrogant, disrespecting the judge, disrespecting the court, disrespecting the country. We have not separated from Nigeria yet. Let's be honest. We are still in Nigeria. Yes, we want to separate, but we have not separated. And since Nigeria is still alive, Nigeria has laws. Those laws need to be respected. This is my grievance with him. Other than that, people have done worse than Nnamdi Kanu, and people have gone scot-free for the worst atrocities they've committed to Nigerians. Thank you very much, and good morning.
Oh, all right, Brian, that's excellent. Always, this is why we always miss your voice so much, Emeka, anytime you go on your hibernation. So that's Emeka, of course, who crafted a narrative in quite a compelling fashion. So I'm coming next to Kenny and Femi, but Alexander Gomez joins us, and of course, everybody on this platform knows that Alexander Gomez gets preeminence. So Kenny and Femi, just hold for a moment. But Alexander, that moment in time, comment the hour, comment the judgment. So the body language of the court points us in a particular direction. But what is your anticipation of what's to come later on today?
Um, Good morning, folks. I don't know actually. He's guilty as charged. I mean, he's done the most terrible things, especially to his people. So I'm not surprised. The judgment didn't come as a surprise to me. I think what's going to happen is he's going to be found guilty and he's going to be pardoned state. He's going to be pardoned by the president. That's what I think is going to happen. But is the judgment unfair? No, he's committed crimes against the country and against his people, so he needs to be found guilty. That's the only thing about it. From a medical perspective, I think he's having a mental issue now, and I think that needs to be addressed. His conduct in court is unbelievable. I don't know why he thinks he can just call the judge a motor show and be obnoxious to the judge and all that. I don't get that. But that shows me signs of mental illness creeping in right there. And like someone who has been with the DSS told me recently, if you go there, you can never come back the same. So I can understand what he's going through. But is he guilty? Of course, he's guilty. Is he going to be pardoned? I think that would be the right thing to do. And if it's possible, they need to strip his citizenship away from him and let him go back to England and live with his wife and children. I think he's gone through a lot of pain. He's not the same anymore. So that's my position, unfortunately. Yeah.
Do you think the window opens with the judgment we already have in hand against Simon Ekpa, who is presently eating baked beans somewhere in Finland? So how does that window open? That somebody accused of something vastly more egregious is allowed to walk free, whilst his subordinate is one of his lieutenants is serving a long sentence. Do you not think that the Simon Ekpa conviction necessitates a conviction and at the very least a custodial sentencing, but really a capital punishment for Nnamdi Kanu?
No, no. I think you need to stop talking about this capital punishment. That's not going to take us anywhere. Um, Ekpa was convicted in a European country where they have laws. Nigeria is a kangaroo state; anything goes. So you can't equate the laws or the judgment in Finland with the one in Nigeria. No, it's not quite the same. So I think that's what's going to happen. He will be. He's been incarcerated. He's been incarcerated for too long right now, and like I said, as an expert, he's already affected his mental health. They need to strip his for treason. They need to strip his citizenship away from him and deport him. Let him go back to England and live with his wife, never to come back to Nigeria again. That's what I think they should do. It's too much. I mean, what he's done is unforgivable. But we're Nigerians. We know how the law works over there. There's one law for A and another law for another person. So that's the way. That's the only way to go about this. You know, if you want peace, don't. I always say when I come on this platform, don't underestimate the determination and the anger of an Igbo man in Nigeria. I mean, you can hear Emeka. Look at Emeka. I've listened to Emeka for 3-4 years on this platform, making or doing his analysis. But just listen to him. Today he came across an Igbo man. He says they've been marginalized. They have the right to go their separate ways, and they want to go their separate ways. If I'm quoting him correctly, and that's the average. I live with Igbo people. 99.9% of the people around me are Igbo people, and some are extremely successful. And the common consensus that the Igbos are just tired of being part of Nigeria and they want to go their separate ways. That is the common consensus. Even when I spoke to someone who I thought was extremely liberal, I was surprised the way he came across as to his desire to have an independent nation out of Nigeria. So if anything happens to Samuel Ikpa, to Nnamdi Kanu, alarm go blow. So I think what you need to do, is found guilty. Obviously, he's found guilty. He's been incarcerated for a long time right now. Let the president come in, strip him of his citizenship, let him go back to England where he comes from, let him go reunite with his wife and kids, and never to step foot on Nigerian soil again. I think that would be the right thing to do. Execution or whatever, that is not even an option.
What about what would justice for his victims look like? The ones that have the tens of thousands that have lost our family members to Nnamdi Kanu's atrocities. What would justice look like for them?
We are sorry as a nation that the people have lost their lives because of the utterances of Nnamdi Kanu. The country's bleeding because of that. We are very sorry, but we have to move on. We have to move on. We have to move on as a nation. We have to move on. And in my final analysis, in the next 3 to 4 weeks, the United States is going to attack Nigeria. Because this atrocities is getting worse by the day. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. So, and Donald Trump never says what he can't do. He's going to do it. So people should brace themselves up. And I hope in the final analysis that these people, I don't know what's happened to my phone. I hope that these people don't enter Lagos, because then that would be very dangerous, for everybody. But listen, one man, thank you for having me. My phone is acting up. We'll talk later, okay?
Oh, all right, thank you. So that's Alexander Gomez, of course, the CEO of the platform. So thank you for all that. I will take the conversation and move it in the direction of Kenny, who patiently and elegantly yielded to Alexander right there. So the moment we've been waiting for is now upon us. The judgment comes in roughly about an hour and a half. But what does this mean? What's your assessment of what's been going on?
Thank you very much, woman. Right now, I'm very, very angry for some things I've been listening to. You know what I mean? Is actually is an insult on Nigerians and for those that die during his useless utterances that he used. I don't care about anybody emotion at this time. I don't care. I don't even care about any Igbo at this time. You understand? You know what I mean? I don't. I care less of any one of them right now. People pay, people business law, people business damages. You know what I mean? And someone is saying, say they be marginalized because they want to sentence some idiot, some criminal. One man, what I wish for that guy is to hang him on the street and strip him naked. That is what he deserves. No, there's no mercy for criminal. So if anybody feel that because Nigeria, with due respect for Mr. Gomez, Nigeria is not just it's not just a nation. We are suffering country with law. People can be doing whatever they want to do with whatever they do, but if no one catch up on you, he catch up on you, and the law and the thing that it come out from his mouth is catching up on him. See, the judge said he's guilty without reasonable doubt. And we all listened to what that man read for over almost 2 hours. And somebody is coming here and say because if they pay Nnamdi Kanu, that means they marginalize Igbo people. One man, I want them to buy him so they can go in their separate ways. They can go and take care of their 5 states. Enough is enough. You understand? We are human beings. Blood go through our veins. So during that time, I didn't be the money to catch Nubu, they'll pay him. People pay. Now, they just said they find 40 human head on them. They are eating human flesh. And you are saying, they marginalize you. What the heck is that? You know what I mean? It's an insult on me as a Nigerian person. It's an insult because I've got family that lose their business in Lagos State during that useless untranslated and that useless broadcast. So if they pay him, you know what I mean, he will go to hell. And I'm challenging Emeka to show me, to mention one person, because Emeka said they've released some people that do similar things that Nnamdi Kanu has done in the past. Give me one person that did what this man has done and that they release at this stage of time. How can we be compare evil with evil? Say okay, they release someone evil man, so therefore they should release my evil person.
You answer me a question. One man, do you want me to answer the question?
Let me finish. I call you hard for that, and I'll give time to do that. All right, just be patient.
But the problem here is that you are speaking on an Igbo matter here, and you see, I don't want to get emotional. You are speaking on an Igbo matter, and you have no right.
You called him out now. Kenny, hold on. You
You
called him
have
out
no
now.
right.
So
You have no
just
right
take
to
like
speak
about
on
2
Igbo
minutes.
matter. You are not an Igbo man, and you have no right to speak on Igbo matter. The victims are Igbo people. The flesh you are talking about are Igbo people that have been eaten. I have the right to speak on Igbo matter. We want to leave.
The
only problem is
you guys can go. Who give a fuck about that?
To speak on Igbo matter. If we are killing ourselves, we can go in-house and discuss that. If you are pained that we are killing ourselves, that is your business. It's not you coming up, you are saying you are vexed. That's not your business. It's not your business alone, sir. It's not your business. It's not your business to put your tongue. It's not your business to put your tongue. It's not your business to put your tongue on Igbo matter. So that's why you need to be very careful. When the Niger Deltas were doing theirs and seeking for their own freedom.
What did they do?
They did not only they killed foreigners. Okay, they killed foreigners. They killed foreigners, and those people are owning oil rigs. Those people are working free. They killed foreigners. They killed militaries. They killed themselves, and they killed foreigners. Okay, don't let me use my ancestors to abuse you this morning. This is an Igbo matter. To be very careful. Be very careful how you speak about Igbo matter.
So if you want to go,
yes,
you can go.
Yes, we are still in Nigeria. We are still in Nigeria. We are still in Nigeria, but this is still an Igbo issue. Be very careful.
Let that country divide because of these people. Enough is enough. If pie of Nnamdi Kanu will divide that country, let everybody go their separate ways. We have enough. Are you the only people? Are you the only type of that? I mean, in that country, are you the only one? Every single evil thing in that country is you. Fake drug is you. Chemical is fake drink is you people. Why? Why? We cannot consider like that. Even baby food, you are doing fake. Baby food, a child, baby milk, you are doing fake. Are you the only one? And you are saying they marginalize you. Fuck you and your marginalization that you are talking about. What are you saying? Are we daft? Are you talking to a fool?
You don't want to go in that direction with the maker, but are we speaking about Nnamdi Kanu specifically or the broader? Because if we stand Nnamdi Kanu alone, there's sufficient enough for him to get punishment. Alexander Gomez said capital punishment is fanciful, but I don't see, with everything that the judge has listed, pronouncing guilty on all of them, I don't see anything outside of capital punishment. But if we isolate it just to Nnamdi Kanu and his atrocities, and if we take into consideration the conviction of Simon Ekpa as well, is Nnamdi Kanu's conviction, his sentencing, he has to be greater than Simon Ekpa's, and a lot of Nigerians are actually thinking it's a capital punishment crime.
Woman, we're going to be a laughing stock if they leave that guy. You understand? Nobody will take us serious. That somebody like that, even my uncle was saying they should take him back to UK. Do you think if he comes to UK, he's going to face his own judgment because he has them to go and bob British embassy now? Is even talking against the UK itself? So what are we saying? You know what, man? You see, you know, at this point in time that we have now, like I said before, if his judgment and his pine, would defend that nation, enough is enough. See, I'm saying what I'm saying is not just because of him. In the last 1 week now, you see what is happening. One man, and all because of some tribes, and it's these two tribes that giving us parliament in that country. I want my nation to stand on its own as well at this point. One man, let them continue eating themselves in the southeast.
Yeah, Kenny, let me ask you this. Sorry, Kenny. Let me ask you this. Are you asking for the punishment of Nnamdi Kanu as a general punishment for his ethnic space or for his crime? Are you wanting them to give him capital punishment to signal to the southeast or to punish him for his crime?
I want him to be punished for his crime, but you hear what Mr. Gomez said. You hear what Emeka said. Two of them aligned together that these people, they sing the same tune. Yeah, it's agitating for his people to go. Right? And Emeka said if they punish him beyond what they expected in the southeast, he will look as if they've been marginalized or marginalized or something like that. You understand? So
it's
definitely
not look as if we have been marginalized. It's not look as if we have gone. You see, you are not a victim in this. We have gone through a civil war. We have gone through a civil war. You are not a victim. You have not seen the scars of war before. It is wrong of you to speak. That's why I say you are not an evil man. You will never understand. You have not passed through war. You are not a victim of war. You are not a victim of marginalization. You have not gone to your village and seen the scars of war written on the walls of it. You have not seen the bombs on the land. You have not seen the live mines. That is why you are speaking like this. It is pitiful that you be speaking this way. You are not a victim of war. We have been marginalized. We have been killed. There's been a genocide of Igbo people. And here you are again. Here you are again, spitting on us. Here you are again, telling us nonsense. Even when we have said we want to leave, you are spitting on us. My brother, it will not be well with you.
It will not be well with your father. It will not be well with you and your mother.
At this point, may I come in, one man?
No, Kenny.
I don't like the language of the two parties. So maybe I can bring moderation into it.
I'm capable of that. You tell you know where with me for what?
All right, because
the choice of words matters. The choice of words matters. See, if we want to look at Nnamdi as a criminal, there is a legitimate fact for that. If we want to look at Nnamdi Kanu as a freedom fighter, there is also a legitimate fact for that. The judge said so. But when you are coming to come and spit on us, that is wrong. I will not go and spit on Sunday Igbo because he's a victim. I won't do that.
I will not go and spit on the Niger Deltas because they are victims. I know they are fighting for their rights and they got it. So why would somebody come and spit on us? One man, please tell me and tell Igbo people that we do not have a right for self-determination. Tell us, and none of this ethnic group have been a victim of war. If have they come to their village, at least the Niger
Everybody,
Delta can fight.
hold on. No, guys, let's not turn it into a shouting match. Everybody has the right to self-determination. It's the pursuit of it that is really the contention. But I think the judge is about to come back now.
The pursuit of it is what has landed Nnamdi Kanu to this problem. And that is what we are debating here. That's why I said he is not an Igbo man, and it is wrong of him to begin to speak about Igbo issues like we just don't care, like we just don't matter. It is wrong, extremely wrong, extremely wrong. I am not talking about Igbo Nnamdi Kanu on this matter. I'm not talking about Nnamdi Kanu, who is a criminal too. I am not talking about that. But when you want to generalize about the Igbo problem, and you are not an Igbo man, I think you need to be careful. I think you need to be careful. Thank you.
All right, let's bring Baba in to bring some moderation to.
Yeah.
Huh?
So sorry, sir. Baba.
Yeah, but don't go after him. Otherwise, he might have to come back. Say that last word, and then we go.
Yeah. I always appreciate the space and the time you give to me the opportunity. You understand? I really appreciate that. My brother Emeka is somebody that.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Oh, sorry. He's somebody that I love so much. Anytime he speaks on these channels, I always listen to him. I have no issue with him. He's my brother. You understand? But the truth must be told. Baba, Lagbolo, Ojoditi, about that, to him,
Yeah, thank you, Kenny. Lafia.
All right. Baba, floor is yours. Kenny, stay with us. You are the only one that has the tools now. So I may need to drop in about 10 minutes, and then but Baba, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, man. I think there is no problem in all of this. As far as we remain one Nigeria, I'll tell you for a fact. A few weeks ago, we did a quiet poll. We took a quiet poll in Lagos State, restricted to Lagos State. Not scientific, random, I will say. And basically, the Igbos are the people referenced there, Okada riders, artisans, and some traders all over the marketplaces on the streets of Lagos, asking the question about the question on Biafra. 87% of them want Biafra, rightfully so. But here is a problem. When asked that, okay, if were Biafra to be established today, will you go back? 71% said no, they will prefer to remain in Lagos. And that's where the whole thing bogs down. The conclusion was, be careful what you ask for. Because a lot of them don't know the implication of Biafra as a country. It's going to be very difficult. The Igbos, according to whatever census Nigeria is using, they are about maybe 70, 80 million people. And those staying in the enclave today, the 5 states, I think less than 30 million. So imagine if the external ones pour into that state based on the establishment of a Biafran country.
I'm so sorry, Baba.
The judge is back.
Baba. Baba, sorry. I want to bill. So I leave Kenny. No. We're waiting for him to come back, but I have to go and do school runs. So Kenny, when the judge comes back, just unmute. This thing is already playing, but it's muted. So just unmute it so we can hear the judgment, and then we carry on from there.
Okay,
all right, back to you, Baba.
Yeah. So the thing is, there is a lot of implication here. How will they Whatever happens there actually doesn't concern me, but that is the key, the problem when they all pour into that state before they start getting themselves. Because to go back to the other states you are used to before, you're going to come on paperwork. You don't just drive in, drive out. The status will change automatically. Automatically. So what will be your relationship with those states surrounding you called South today? Are you going to go to war with them to be able to access the sea? And if you have your gas pipeline, you need cross river ports. How are you going to do it? So they have to think this out. They have to, it's a grounding negotiation they have to do. It takes years. You don't bat a nation overnight. So, but the thing is, I don't like being threatened by anybody, even my own household. No, we'll talk about my neighbor or another country. I don't like being threatened. Being threatened in the sense that Nnamdi Kanu will be sentenced, fine. It doesn't concern me. A few days ago, I talked about the terrorists in the north, and I said, look, I don't give a damn whether they, as far as they are killing themselves, so be it. They reduce in population. The less the less terrorists, the better for me. But when they now started coming, making an incursion into my own neck of the wood, that is where I have problem. So if Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo and Igbo crime, I don't care. But then the threat there is when Awolowo was jailed, what happened? Nothing. Sarawiwa was killed. Nothing happened. Abiola died in custody. Nothing happened. Nnamdi Kanu will go down and nothing will happen. Let the the Biafra agitation, let it be structured along civilized line. There are templates of other nations that have been battered all over the world. Because at the end of after World War, you have to judge. In recent times, Yugoslavia is an example. We know what went down in Bosnia, Herzegovina, Sarajevo, and all the rest. But at the end of the day, they all have to sit down on a round table and talk. So that talk, if we must have it for the Biafran listing, let them, the intelligentsia in Biafra or the Igbos, let them pick up the gauntlet. Let them present a bill boldly. Show your face, show your chest. The intelligentsia is there. And present a bill demanding that they want out of Nigeria. Simple as that. There is no difficulty in that, even though it is entrenched in our constitution that Nigeria is indivisible. I don't think there is anything indivisible about Nigeria. Let them present their case. But they are not doing that. So how do you want? You don't just stay in your house and start broadcasting Biafra without actioning it.
Judgment is starting.
Okay, let me pause then, Kenny. So take the floor back. Thank you.
All right, sir. Okay, yeah. Let's listen to the program. I think it's played automatically now. I can't hear it. Can anybody hear it?
No, I can't hear anything.
One more, if you are still there, I think you need to press the button because I've mute, but it's not playing.
No, we cannot even vet whether the judge has started speaking because it looks like some of the senior sons are still pressing their phone. Maybe the judge is not back yet.
Okay, then let me carry on. You understand? To bat a nation is not a matter of rascality. My own people too are marginalized. Everybody is marginalized. Even when we now even take it state by state in the same geographical zone. Well, we still talk about marginalization. It's part of life. It's part of life, so no problem. And
Papa,
yes,
Papa,
sir.
can I come in there? Can I
Yes,
come
go
if
ahead.
Papa,
Go ahead, please.
See, my brother, thank you for your presentation. You know, sometimes when you present things, It gives a lot of education if somebody really want to listen and digest it properly. You see, the only thing is this: Nigeria have reached what I call a crossroad, and if we go into any violence, history will remember Tinubu. To be frankly speaking, all these beautiful policies they are cracking their brain to bring in, there is no foundation to put them. It is our time we sit down as people and renegotiate the existence of this country. I believe we can coexist, but because of the high level of distrust, let's sit down and talk. Everybody free marginalized the way you said. Me, I'm from Benin. If there's any space and territory in the history of Nigeria where indigenous people sat down and say, we want to be like this, is the Midwest region. Where is it today? Politics of Wazobia work against it. And now we've messed up our country. If I want to blame Yoruba, I can blame. If I want to blame us, I can blame. But I can't threaten them. I can't see them only as our people because they're also victim. Everybody is not a victim. For example, if every region is to manage their people or state that said, I want to be state, you manage your resources, you contribute. Nobody will come out from his place and say we are being marginalized.
My brother.
Nobody.
Hold on, sir. Can you allow Baba
Yes,
to
sir.
let Baba submit his own submission there? I can call you after him, please.
Okay, no problem.
Don't mind,
Just because I'm a little bit busy, I just wanted to.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Baba.
AY, thank you, Kenny. So, like I was saying, I had people actually don't analyze the Civil War dispassionately. I, not an Igbo, but I lost two uncles. One in Abagana under the command of Chua, who later made general in the army, and the other one while crossing from Asaba to Onitsha. He died on the river Niger. These are my uncles. So there are losses on both sides. And I didn't ask the Biafra as a nation to attack my own neck of the wood. They attacked. They want to come through Ore and capture the West. They came. They bombed even Lagos 3 times: Casino, Marine Beach, and Farrer Palace. They exploded bombs there. So it was an aggression. So we all suffered during the war. So let's put that into perspective. So, but those who want to go, I don't see any reason why they cannot go. Marriage is not by force. Nation building is not by force. So if they want to go, let them do the needful in a structured and civilized manner. It is very simple. Very, very simple. Make a bill. There is a National Assembly. You have legislators. I think 58 House of Rep and how many senators? Three times, 15 senators. Let them present a common front. Put a bill there. Let's debate it robustly, and let's see how the other parts of the country will react. It is their right. There is a map to be drawn.
Baba, big me 2 minutes, sir. So we can go to the
Yeah.
speaker, so they don't wait for too long, sir.
Yeah. So these things have to be drafted. We don't need to fight a war again to establish Biafra. But one thing the Biafrans will note is that the moment that success comes, all Biafrans, notably in all parts of the country, have to go back to Biafra nation and come back in a structured manner, well documented. Well documented. And if they left and the nations may be fragmented, even the worse or the better for everybody. So there is no problem. I personally have nothing to lose. During the war, The Yorubas in the east, in the north, lost less because as of 1966, very, very few. I don't know of any Yoruba that has what, let me put it in a Nigerian language, that have upstairs in the north. The best most Yoruba people traders have was just bungalow, just to put their head in. So the losses were minimal. The Yorubas don't go out. They stay in their enclave. So I have nothing to lose. Nothing absolutely to lose. So they can bring it on and present their papers. Let's talk it.
All
Is
right,
that
sir.
right? Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you. Can take over for your submission. I really appreciate that. That's why we need to have only we talk about what model latima agukiwa da ko tun wo agboyan adela lagbo na sir. Thank you, sir.
I mean,
let's hear from you. You got 5 minutes because we have 5 minutes to go to the live stream.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. So, Baba, I'm fully aligned with your position, but I was listening to the judgment today, and I actually figured out that actually dissolving this country is not really a big deal. If people that were following the judge already told us in the constitution today that there's an African charter that we've already domesticated internally in the Nigerian, constitution. And if there's a need for any grievance and any part of Nigeria wants to go, the judge even said it emphatically today that it should go through the legal means, which has to be your National Assembly. Call your lawmakers, propose a bill, send it to the National Assembly. They will do a referendum according to what the judge said today, but it must include a referendum. They will conduct a
exactly.
referendum. And when that one is done, everybody says bye bye. But I don't like the fact that people from that part of the country are appropriating and reprobating. IPOB will tell you it's not limited to their 5 states. Benue is there, but Port Harcourt is there, all these places is there. Why are you going forward and also going backwards? You will say at some point, because I was listening to the evidences today, Nnamdi Kanu shot himself in the leg. He did not put a defense. That means you did not tell the court, simply saying you did not tell the court your own version of the incidents, of the story of what happened. You didn't put any evidence, you didn't put any witness, you didn't even put any way to give us a very accurate perspective of what really happened. As the judge was reading the statements side by, as the judge was citing the statements the way he said it. And if you don't tell your own version of the story, there's no way we can weigh the two perspectives and see the fine lines of the truth. So now he should actually have an introspection. And I felt bad again for him today because I can come to a conclusion that I think he's getting mentally unstable. Because see the way he was unruly to the judge today, calling the judge by name, and yet your people are still seeking for clemency and mercy. I don't think he's going to, though people are saying that, okay, they're going to convict him, then the Tinubu is going to pardon him. I think for me, it's not going to happen. I think it's not going to happen. And if I'm looking at the politics of what's going on, I think if I want to do politics, look at politics, I think Tinubu is going to use Nnamdi Kanu's conviction as a pretext to deal with terrorist sponsors in the north. Because it looks like in Nigeria, there has not been a standard for terrorist punishment. We've not really seen examples of people we deal with that have committed the act of terrorism. I mean, prominent people. Most times you will see people, they say, "Oh, he's our son. Please don't convict him. Can give him mercy. Just pardon him and all of that." But we need, if you want to stay as a country, we need to have clear examples of people that have committed this act and how they are decisively dealt with. If we will stay together as a country, The way we are dealing with our economic reforms, we need to deal with our security challenges that way, without emotions. That's my own position. But on Nnamdi Kanu today, Baba, I don't know, Baba.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm even looking at it. He didn't put up a defense at the Federal High Court. If he wants to appeal, on what basis will he appeal? Because there's
You
no
look
defense.
by surprise here. Sorry to just
The
butt in.
trouble, why?
Let me put just 5 seconds of my own on to contribute. Look, the intelligent thing to do as a freedom fighter, when you are arraigned like that, don't say anything. Don't take your plea, whether you are guilty or not. Just be mute from day one to the day you are sentenced. Then you have a case internationally, locally, regionally, because nobody has had anything. You did not take a plea. It would have
Why
been
you got
very
2 minutes more,
difficult.
please?
But in this one, you've gone through the gamut of the process and then you are reversing yourself to stage one. It's not going to work. Thank you.
Okay. You see, that's what I wanted to get a clarity about, because so that when there's a chances for people to appeal again, people need to know
Why
that.
2 minutes more, sir? 2 minutes more, sir.
Okay, you don't know. Yes, I'll round up. So that people need to understand, the way electoral cases is. You submit your evidences. When you get a judgment that is not favorable to you, you go to the court of appeal, and you build on the foundation you've laid at the High Court. Now, if you've not laid any foundation, you didn't put up any defense. If you get to the court of appeal,
Now,
on what
the
do you
session
want
has
to build
started.
on?
The judge has returned.
That's it. And when it's not emotional, it's
Let's
fact.
listen to
And
the judge,
when you get
please.
okay, yes, let's go ahead and listen to the judge.
Can anybody hear what they saying on the screen, or I should play it here?
We can't hear a thing.
Okay, hold on, sir. Let me play here so you can listen.
You can increase the volume.
Can you hear?
No.
Hold on, sir. You haven't spoken yet.
I think Awumolo is talking, but we can't hear him.
No, he hasn't spoken yet.
Okay.
He hasn't spoken yet.
Hello, my name is Adegoyiga Awumolo.
Can you hear it?
Yeah. Thanks.
Siraj Saida, SAN, Mutalubi Ojo Adebayo, SAN, SH Bakrum, Abbas A. Olaiwola, Akiyosori Arosoyin, Ayodeji Afolabi. My Lord, we are appearing for the prosecution, my Lord. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let me say this. How many people are here as consultants to the convents? Can you stand up before I call you? You have 3 or 4. Okay. Can I meet you? Give them the microphone. You are legal consultants to the convicts. They were lawyers to the convict before he converted them to consultants.
Yes, my Lord.
What is your name?
My name is Dr. Maxwell Opara.
Yes, the next person.
Hello, Jumaka is my name. Lord.
Thank you.
P-A-N-H-O-4.
Yes.
Prince Mandela.
Thank you. I just want it to be a record that it has a representative in court that will go and tell him, please, you sit down.
Sorry, my Lord. My Lord, I don't have his brief to represent him here.
It's okay, you may sit down.
As a please. My Lord, sorry, we don't have his brief.
Why are you here?
No audio.
Talk. This council was disengaged, and some of them were converted to consultants, and they come to court to act as consultants, and their lawyers. And Ejimako acted as consultant this morning and telling the court now that he does not have his brief. I'm not calling you as a lawyer. You have been converted to consultant that you ought to be, you oughted to be. Please, I'm just telling you, get the sentence to him. That is an order from this court.
Very well, my lord.
You are already here. Your name is on the list as consultants. As consultants all along. While he disengaged you, most of you have been coming as consultants. And I have it on record. It's not that the defendant has no legal access. He has access to legal experts. Please, you may sit down. Thank you.
My lord, we're just concerned that we're not being put in some kind of legal jeopardy.
You may sit down, please.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Sentence. I read the entire file from the time the matter started in 2015. No doubt, the convict has not acted well throughout this period. He has caused delay severally. He caused delay and started crying that he's held unlawfully without trial. And also, his unruly behavior from the beginning down to today, even today, is noticed. However, this court will not consider that in sentencing, as our God himself is merciful. He has been convicted, and this court is only being merciful to him because we have to be merciful as enjoined by our Lord Christ, Jesus Christ. The court is minded to sentence the convicts to death due to the atrocity he committed. The convict has not shown any remorse whatever for his actions. He remained arrogant, cocky, and full of himself without realizing the magnitude of his crime and the effect of what he has done against his people in the Southeast. I've listened to the allocutors made by the member of House of Representatives representing the constituency of the convict. Although I'm not really persuaded, but I must temper justice with mercy. The court is moved by chapter 23, verse 23 of Matthew, in the book of Matthew, to the fact that who unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithe of mint and cumin, and has committed the weightier matter of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. This ought you ought to have done, particularly, and must notice the words in Matthew 23 and verse 23, the word mercy. Our Lord himself is merciful. No matter what we do, is a merciful God. It is on that note that the court will follow this above admonition of Jesus Christ in the above passage and show mercy to the convict. In addition, the death penalty globally is now being frowned upon by the international community. Consequently, and in the interest of justice, I hereby sentence the convicts to life imprisonment for the third count 1, 4, 5, and 6 instead of death sentence. Life is sacred to God. With respect to count 3, he is hereby sentenced to 20 years imprisonment without no option of fine. For count 7, he is sentenced to 5 years imprisonment without no option of fine. To extend the mercy, I hereby order that the sentence shall run concurrently. And due to the nature of the offenses that borders on terrorism and the attitude, violent nature of the defendants that I have taken judicial notice. The last adjourned date, he was so unruly and expressed violence, even was about to beat the security officers there. This morning, he repeated same. That has been his trait, his attitude. So I have no hesitation in coming to the conclusion that convict has the tendency of violence. The tendency of violence has not left him. It is based on this that he must be kept in facility that is suitable for his custody, as putting him in Kuje Correctional Center may not be appropriate. And also, I take judicial notice and that for conclusion of the judgment, and from the exhibits that I've analyzed in my judgment, substantially, the convict made use of computer device like phones, in making broadcast to sites and call for all these atrocities. It's based on that without hesitation, I agree with the counsel to the prosecution that the convict must not be allowed near any digital device, and if he must be closely monitored by the Office of the National Security Advisor. And also, with the atrocities, the number of killings, and the effect of the act of the convicts on the people of Southeast, I think it deserved protective custody. Due to this offense, I ordered that if the convicts be kept in protective custody in any custodial center in any part of the country. And also, the objects of crime in respect of count 7 that has to do with the transmitter. The transmitter is hereby forfeited to the federal government. Thank you. And regards other exhibits, if at the expiration of the 90 days, the statutory time for appeal. If there is no appeal, an application may be brought for necessary consequential order. Yes, thank you. Let me again, on behalf of the people of Nigeria, thank the judiciary for this development. It's now clear that law has consequences, and anybody who breaks the law must be ready to face consequences. And besides, law must be obeyed for society. Law and judicial institutions must be respected. Avoid anarchy and lawlessness. I want to thank you again on behalf of the people of Nigeria, the judiciary, for this judgment. I hope and pray that many others will sit down from this decision, and I pray also that the Lord will give you health, strength, and advancement in your career. My Lord, 9 months have been very challenging.
So you're telling me I can straighten my teeth in
Okay.
as little as 4 to 6 months from just 38
So, guys,
a month? Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Mr.
that's
Kenny.
that's the judgment.
Okay.
Okay, let me just
So,
speak
AY, you can
briefly.
continue. You can continue your
Sorry,
not 3 minutes.
let me speak briefly.
Mr.
Let me speak briefly for just 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay, AY, can you permit Emeka,
Well,
please? Just give Emeka, please. Emeka, 3 minutes, please. Yeah.
okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, AY. What can I say? On the context of the judgments, the contravention of the law, the gravity of the offenses and the charges, I would rather say the judge showed mercy. And I would thank the judge for sparing his life, because life is sacrosanct. I like the way the judge went about it, also quoting the gospel, and also, discussing that in international spaces, um, taking one's life through the judiciary process is not being frowned upon. I would thank the judge for sparing his life, because if he had sentenced him to death, though a lot of people would scream, but he has only acted in his capacity and the charges brought before him. Then I also want to appreciate the judge for bringing up his behavior in court. And I felt, we've all talked about it. I don't agree with such kind of behavior. There's nothing to prove. Why would you be assaulting security operatives, insulting the judge, disrespecting the courts? There was just nothing to prove. And I'm happy the judge didn't put that into context. The judge would have, because when you disrespect the courts, you go to jail for it too. The judge didn't do that, and I appreciate the judge not doing that. I appreciate the judge expressing some form of mercy. Solitary confinement. Also, if the judge was going through, I understand the judge is an intelligent man and would have done his research. There have been cries against solitary confinement because of the mental state of the prisoner, what it will cause the prisoner. But I understand why the judge did that, and that was based on Nnamdi Kanu's behavior in court. So far, he sees him as an aggressive individual, somebody, if left out in the company of others, may cause them harm. And that is the reason why Nnamdi Kanu should have been well behaved. His silence would have spoken more than his behavior. He appears to be lousy.
1 more minute, sir.
So I don't know what he's going to appeal. He didn't defend himself.
the appeal court would look at if the judge. Somebody is talking, please.
Yesterday, the consultation papers. So I thought it would be good for us all to come together on a weekly basis. I recognise that there are a lot of people going out, directorate meetings, staff briefings. So
Can you? Hello.
I'm not going to go on.
Kenny, mute yourself. Mute yourself, Kenny.
It's not me. It's not me.
This will be your space to ask questions. John and I.
Okay. So I don't know if I don't think the Court of Appeal would overrule any of the. I don't think the Court of Appeal will overrule the judgment of Justice Omotosho. It looked like a fair judgment, in my view. Others
But
can
I think
say,
Emeka, I think one of his contentions was that the judge didn't have what they call it again?
jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction.
No, that is
That's
not.
his primary argument.
No, that is not correct. It's not correct. His lawyers, I think his lawyers advised him, maybe that's the reason why he kicked them out and they became consultants. It's not correct. Let's be honest. Let's be truthful. It's not correct. The court has jurisdiction. Not only jurisdiction to hear the case, the Supreme Court also pushed that case to the High Court to preside over. So Nnamdi Kanu is wrong on that premise, and I don't think the Court of Appeal would do anything.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask you a question? You might know
Yes.
this. Why is Aloy Ejiamako avoiding and accepting to be his counsel? And then he said that the reason he didn't want to do that because he was afraid of legal jeopardy.
No, because they know they don't have a case, they're going to lose anyway. It's all been a charade from the onset.
But why doesn't he want to be his consultant?
So I agree with Prince Daddy on this. I agree with Prince Daddy on this matter. The charges speak for itself. Let's be honest. The charges speak for itself. And like I spoke earlier this morning, I felt, in my view, the judge has taken into consideration so many factors, right? He also took into consideration the behavior of Nnamdi Kanu since the process of this case, the proceedings of this case, I beg your pardon. Then, to my other utterances, I've forgotten to the individual. I must apologize.
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Now, does this judgment now gives every victim an opportunity to express their grievances against Nnamdi Kanu's family and demand for damages?
I don't know. I really don't know the victims. It's up to the victims. It's up to the victims. I really don't know. I have my grievances against Nnamdi Kanu. I also understand Nnamdi Kanu. I do not appreciate the process he went through about calling for separation. I do not appreciate it.
Sorry, guy. Please hold on. I'm going to remove myself from the screen and I'm bring Uncle Gomez. So I think he has something to say.
Let me just wrap up. Let me apologize to the individual. So what I said was, you see, this is an Igbo issue. It's just a matter of choice of words. When you begin to speak, yeah?
Let me tell you, it's not an Igbo issue again. Because from what I'm seeing, apologies. From what I'm seeing, there are people that have properties in Lagos that their properties were destroyed. And from the judgment being read, when the judge was reading the
guys, let's allow Mr. Gomez to speak. Let's allow Mr. Gomez.
Let me wrap up my opinion. Sorry, Mr. Gomez. Just give me 1 minute, please.
Okay,
you see, where Nnamdi Kanu is at fault, I will call him out. Where he has done something right, I will call him out. Some of the things he has said are becoming facts now. But again, I'm happy that he's not been sentenced to death. I'm happy he's still alive. So there is hope that he might be freed at a certain point in time in his life. But then again, he must express remorse. We don't want a situation whereby you are not remorseful for the criminal activities that his actions, statements, directives has caused and inflicted on Igbo people.
Please.
Thank you.
One man don't like to keep Mr. Gomez waiting. Let him speak, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to say if there was any day that I was proud to be a Yoruba man, it's today. the judge was amazing in his judgment. I got emotional. Nnamdi Kanu was obnoxious, was rude, was cocky, but this man put everything and said that as Christians we have to look at things from a different perspective. Nnamdi Kanu got this. He had this coming his way. He did the most unforgivable act to me in our history. You know, a lot of people that abide, like you people say, in the process. He needs to be locked up for life. But having said that, I think for us to be able to move forward, at some point, my senior brother, the president of Nigeria, needs to come in, forgive him, strip him of his citizenship, and deport him to where he comes from in London to go reunite with his family and friends in the United Kingdom. But I was so proud of the judgment. I mean, the tonality is all about the tonality. It's all about the tonality. The tonality of the judge gave the impression that it was nothing personal. It was just doing his job, and I was very touched by that. So it's a new day. Let's hope that we move forward as a nation, and let's be united. I've never seen this kind of division in Nigeria before, and I think it's going to get worse, not better. So that's what I have to say. I called him because I thought the judge was amazing in his submission and judgment. Amazing. I was proud of what the man did. He made an amazing, he forgave him. He could have sentenced him to death easily, but he looked past that. So that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
I want us to listen to one of his defense. They are actually say something. I want you guys to listen to it.
Evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? You did all this. This whole verdict can be grounded in logic of.
Can you guys hear it?
Wait, is this not the same lawyer that was avoiding being a consultant just less than 20 minutes ago?
Yes. So these are the things we're talking about.
I just say that he's afraid of legal jeopardy. But,
yes. Now they have there now.
These people are finished,
trash again. So let's go back to debate. Ola, can you come back, please?
No, Kenny, you understand? These people are trading in Kanu's misfortune. You understand? We all know what is happening. We are no children. They are traders in Kanu's misfortune. He understood the judgment, and they pushed Kanu to the edge where he ended up jumping today. So these people should be dealt with, and they are lawyers. They know why they are not roped and coming to court to show this belligerence.
About 20 minutes ago, this same alloy refused to be
That's
Kanu's
what I'm
consultant.
saying. They know what they are doing, but they will be
I was
derobed
afraid of
subsequently.
legal jeopardy.
So this is just posturing, right? All they're doing is just posturing, and
to make money too. There is a monster economy of this.
Agreed. Then again, they need to be careful. Like I've said, this is also borderline on national security. Whatever they say, people are listening to them. They need to be very careful. We do not want an increased security tension in Igbo land anymore. Please, please.
All right.
They have to be well behaved.
Let's go. Let's hear from Simba. He's been there. He has not said anything. And Prince Daddy is there as well. Please, any one of you can speak. Prince Daddy or Simba.
Okay, let me talk. I greet everybody. Good evening from here.
Why should you talk over me?
Don't greet me. Don't greet me.
Can you take over, please? Yeah.
I know you'll be waiting for me now. You'll be avoiding duty.
I wait for you now. Okay, thank you, sir.
No problem.
Okay, Prince Daddy, you can go ahead. I'll wait for you.
No, you should go ahead.
You are here before me. No. There is no malice.
No.
No, you'll be given a pass now. You'll be given a pass. Simba, what's the unholy thing you are doing there that you are avoiding this thing? Just speak if you are not doing anything unholy. Hello, we can hear you. Hello, Simba. Can anybody hear me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Simba, sorry, Simba, sir. Before you go, let me apologize to my brother Emeka for the outburst. I mean, I have the other time. He's somebody that I love so much. I like to hear his voice and his view as well. So it just, everybody's, the tension is high, emotion is high. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry about the way we spoke to each other as well, Mr. Emeka. I'm so sorry about that, my prince. Thank you, sir.
Emeka and
no problem.
Kenny, I thank you
apologies.
both for showing Omoluabi ethos. Thank you, both of you.
Yeah, apologies accepted, and my apologies to you too. So this is a very sensitive issue,
Baba,
right? So
I want
that's
to have fire. I want to have fuel. The two of them are looter. They are activists.
There's no need to please let our utterances be very sensitive to the matter, please. This is a very sensitive issue.
I will cause another katakata now. So let
No,
me
there's no need. Honestly, there is no need for it. The judgment is fair. The judgment is fair. Please, it's a very sensitive matter. Some people would not agree. Some people are not learned enough. Let's be honest. Some people back home, they might twist the information and give them something else. Now, the next thing we might begin to hear is that they use the Yoruba man to imprison our brother. So please, let's be sensitive.
But there's a lady in court that said that earlier today, Emeka. That's one lady in court. That's all she said this morning. There's a lady in court today.
Let me beg you guys, please. Let me beg you guys. For those kind of people, either they are malicious or they are completely ignorant. Okay? Those are the kind of voices that needs to be suppressed and not elevated or discussed about. This judgment, in my opinion, is a very fair judgment. Let's be very realistic. And I'm speaking the truth. I'm speaking the truth here.
You've been talking all this. Let other people talk.
So why I want to put this before all you guys, right? Please be sensitive when you express your opinion, so that we do not elevate the emotions of others. Thank you.
Fellow Nigerian, I Brigadier General Ola Abasha. So from a second mechanized division, Ibadan. So I'm taking over. So the thing is, I don't know where people even got the idea of.
I want to talk. Why are you talking when I have not talked?
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. As I greeted everybody as usual. I want to start by saying this. Earlier on, before the judgment was delivered, Emeka came here and he was shouting on top of his voice, if they deliver any judgment against Nnamdi Kanu, everyone will let loose, and Igbos are marginalized. They are, some of us are used to all this gimmick. We are very used to all this gimmick, because I was surprised that this same Emeka, now after the judgment, can talk remorsefully the way you are talking.
Simba, look forward. Don't look backward in this. I beg you.
Simba, I think you are wrong. You didn't listen to me properly, right? Maybe you came in halfway, midway. My grievances. I have to interject. I don't want to be taken out of context. My grievance was with. I keep forgetting who spoke. My grievance was the. Wait now, no. You are getting me wrong. My grievance was, let me just say this and stop. My grievance was the context, the choice of words he used, not about Nnamdi Kanu. That's not the problem. That's not the choice of words he used. He was trying to say, like, evil people do not matter.
Before Kenny talk, your earlier statements, when one man asked you to talk, that was when you are talking about marginalization, victimization
Oh yes,
of people.
we've been marginalized. Let's be honest. The
Let me
evidence
tell
is
you,
there.
you have to, let me tell you, you can't be using marginalization, victimization on any issue that pertaining to Nigeria. When you
We've
are
been
looking for
marginalized. The evidence is
anything,
the evidence is
can't be
there.
linking
No, you are not being honest.
victimization
You see
for
that
every issue.
this is Baba, please, I need you to step in here, right? You know, you come in with great wisdom and maturity. I don't want this to make people get upset. Have we been marginalized in Nigeria? Correct. The evidence is there.
Okay,
So let's not begin to bring. Please, can we stick to Nnamdi Kanu and not bring Igbo issues up here? Please, maturity comes in play here. Don't bring Igbo issues.
Dr.
Please,
Simba,
please,
let's talk
please.
on the judgment. Leave
Talk
that
on the judgment.
behind,
Talk on
please.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay.
Don't bring Igbo issues, please.
Yes.
This is
Now the
where
judgment,
we will disagree.
let me tell you, whatever anybody wanted to do, let me tell you, the judgment has been delivered. People can twist it. Okay, they use a Yoruba man to deliver judgment on an Igbo person. Is a rhetorical that everybody's used to it. You understand? We are not looking at how the whole country will look in the international community if you are now saying, okay, because Nnamdi Kanu, because of what will be the repercussion of killing him, maybe because of the security of the country, we now say, okay, we free him. So what precedent do you want to even use that one to set? How do you want us to look in the eye of the international community? It doesn't portray us as being good as a country, that the country that has a law and order. You understand? So everybody that has talked, I'm very surprised that everybody that talked before the judgment, they are not coming back now to say, okay, they like the judgment, but they were not looking at it in that way.
No, I was not in line with them, Simba. I was not in line with them. Those everybody.
Yes. So so for how long are we going to continue this way as people? When we cannot tell ourselves the truth, we always look sentiment, put sentiment into whatever we want to say as a country, and then we'll now be blaming the country. The country is this. Are we good ourselves when we cannot say the truth?
Activist Dr. Simba. Yeah. Can I speak now?
So have I told you that I finished, or you want to stop me?
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, you can't. I know you don't want the way. I don't want the way I'm going. So you can continue whatever you want to.
No. Continue your statement.
I've said what I want to say, because I don't like the way Nnamdi. We like blaming ourselves, but on our own, are we really be truthful to ourselves?
Okay. What I'm about to say is this: I listened to the reading of the judgment, and as they were convicting the man. So when people were saying they were waiting for the final judgment, I was just what? Well, the judgment was so glaring in that the delivery of that judgment, and I never for once heard where they refer to something that it have to be like a death sentence. So I was surprised to hear people even to start debating something like death sentence. That said, it's good at least that for people now can reason that okay, the judgment seems to be okay, because if this judgment had gone the other way, how do you express yourself or explain that you're a serious country where Samuel Epa that was somewhere away was even sentenced, and Nigeria will now take another dimension? So it is not uncommon that some people will want to cash out politically, especially those people that will start saying rubbish online.
Hola, sir. I'm sorry, I want to call Ogbeni out today. That the last time he was here, he said they will not judge, they will not sentence.
Kenny, Ogbeni is in the comment section.
Yeah.
You can come in.
Yeah,
yes, it's right as a legal mind.
Explain what you said.
Prof, please come in. Prof, come in, please.
Hold on. He said they will not, that the judge will not make a judgment, that the judge will give him chance to to do something for the big judgment. That's what he said.
Yeah, maybe final address or motion like that. He said he will not use
So I want Gowon to come back and redeem himself because it's our lawyer here that we trust.
No, I know. I think you heard him wrongly. You understand?
No, that's what
because
he said
at that
now.
time.
That's what
No, this guy. No,
it was not wrong. He said it. He said they will not deliver judgment. He said it emphatically.
That's what he said now. He said just no judgment. That's what he said here now.
Because the one thing I know that
no, that when I asked the question, Kenny, I remember very well, Kenny. Wait,
he's my brother,
and he responded to me by saying that because of those frivolous motions filed in the Supreme Court and the appeal court, that he doesn't think the judge will go ahead. He will have to wait for the outcome. But the judge didn't wait for that outcome. Maybe they didn't file properly, because he gave also some judgment, or ruling rather, before he proceeded with reading his judgment on motions even filed before his own court. That is Justice Omotocho's court.
Baba,
yeah, he's in the comment section, so I've invited him in. If the prof is well disposed, let him come in and maybe throw light into all of this. Thank you.
No need for dragging. I listen to how people construct the statements sometimes. You understand? If you are saying something as a matter of opinion, when you are having if and all those stuff, you understand?
No, we're not
that's
dragging
opinion.
It's
not being affirmative. It's not being explicit. So I don't really see why we should drag him into this, because
nobody's dragging him. See, that day we're not the only one that listen.
He hasn't lost.
Don't argue. Don't just. We're all here, so anybody, the way everybody understand it, Ola can say he doesn't see it, but we are all here and we understand what happened that day. So don't drag it with Ola. Let's move forward.
I want
to ask Ogeni. Sorry for interjection. I want to ask Ogeni some question.
Ogeni is not here. Ogeni is not here. So if he comes here,
because my own question is, I'm a victim of Nnamdi Kanu's atrocities. Now, how do I claim damages? Because court has convicted him. So is it right for me to sue him?
Yes. Okay. Let me give you an idea. If you want to claim, because Chief Rebecca is here, so he's the son of the land. So let's sue him so that.
No. The reason why I'm saying this is that two things that are within the last 1 hour. Two things has happened. I saw that DSS has released, like, they've started filing counts for some terrorists, IPOB terrorists linked to Simon Ekpa. Because of this conviction, there are some things that would start unfolding. But me, as a victim, or people that also knows other victims, we need to, because Nnamdi collected money from federal government because they brought him unjustifiably from Kenya to Nigeria. The court awarded damages against the federal government to pay him money as compensation. He has collected for compensation. So for victims that are direct victims of Nnamdi Kanu now, which I am, I have to take out of that money, because a criminal cannot go with compensation, and a victim will not go with nothing. No, I have to go with something too. So how do I claim for legal means?
Good luck to you. Good luck to you on that. Someone that is already falling. This man is in life imprisonment. This man is sentenced to life imprisonment, so he may decide to even be more criminal from whatever he's doing there. So, and it's not going to share so much. So I don't know. Anyway, on this issue of this marginalization, I think we've weaponized it, because everybody is marginalized in that country, and it will always be. There's no way people will not be marginalized. So, but the marginalized we are discussing, sometimes we have to put it in perspective. When you talk of political marginalization, then the question is this: you have to think about it. Okay, you'll be marginalized because you've not become president. Yeah, as a Yoruba person too, I was saying it when we're not president too. But the thing is this: we have more than.
To add to what you just said, I think someone was also asking that I should explain how. We are the only regional group with 5 states, and that gives us less representation than other regions in the country. That's political marginalization. So
okay, can get
How big?
can
How
get
big?
make if it now depends on how you define. Hold on,
That you are saying is
hold
so
on.
other regions have
you are
6
not a
states.
region. Southeast is not a
Hold
region.
on,
Southeast is
hold on.
what?
It's a
It's not a
geopolitical
region.
region.
It's just
It's a
an
geopolitical
ethnic
region.
group.
Southeast is
No,
a geopolitical region.
Southeast
Simba,
is
you are wrong.
geopolitical
It's a
geopolitical
geopolitical
region.
region. You are wrong, please. And please, let's be careful when we're saying things that are not
But
right.
We
Emeka,
can debate
Emeka,
it.
your
It's not
space,
don't
your
it's
space is
not a
not big
matter
enough
of
now.
wording. It's debatable. What are you saying that we should be careful?
Your space is not
Simba,
big
You
enough
need to be
of
you need to be
Simba,
careful. See, I pleaded here. I know why I'm saying this. You are not an Igbo man, you would not understand. I
why?
pleaded.
Emeka, why
I
will you say I
pleaded.
will not?
It's
Hold
not
on,
an
hold on.
Igbo issue. It's a
No,
national
no,
issue.
no. Simba,
Don't
Simba,
don't
Simba,
don't say that.
Simba.
You are
You see,
discussing about today in Nigeria. It's not an Igbo issue.
these are remarks that lead to. I think you're trying to make someone get emotional, and it is not okay. You need to
No,
express empathy when you are speaking. When we say
Emeka.
marginalization, someone asks, are you marginalized? I think Ola was now explaining that every other region in the country has been marginalized. And I'm not denying that. I'm not disputing that. Nigeria, a good marriage, nobody wants to leave a good marriage. If a marriage is good, everybody wants to stay. If a marriage is bad, people want to leave. But have we been marginalized politically? Yes. The only geopolitical region with 5 states, less representation in the House of Representatives, less representation in the Senate House, because we have 5 states. Other regions have 6. Hold on, please. Other region has 6 and above, and three senators from each state. So you have more representation as a result of the number of states you have, and also more representation as a result of the more local government you have.
And
So
collect more fat allocation monthly.
exactly, our voices are not being heard properly in the political stage of Nigeria. When we bring our plight, because of the number of people, let me land my point properly. I am trying to explain the marginalization. I am trying to explain. In case you don't understand this marginalization, now this is the time for you to keep quiet and listen.
It will not align other person. If you want to go to that one, we change the topic of discussion.
Exactly. That's why I said let's leave Igbo issue and face this judgment.
You are the one mentioning Igbo issue. You are the one twisting everything towards Igbo issue. You are the one.
I am not. People are bringing marginalization and they are saying that we are not marginalized.
You are the
Why
one
would
that
that? If you are bringing marginalization and you are telling and you are saying that Igbo people are not marginalized, why would I come out to say that Igbo people are not marginalized here?
Everybody, hold on. Thank you. Let me just finish what I'm saying. You see, the issue of marginalization, you understand, that will never end till we even pass our time on the surface of this earth. Even the coming generation will still discuss marginalization. Let me tell you something. In Canada, because it depends on different political space, left to me, I want Southeast to have equal number of states as others. It's so simple. I want the South to balance out the North because they've shifted the country over time. So they have a representation so that just to override others. So
where's the space for them? Where's the space now?
Hold on now. It's not about space. I'm just telling you why. I'm thinking of numbers. I'm thinking of numbers in the National Assembly.
And so
you have to balance the number.
Why must it go to the Southeast?
Just hold on. Let me like. I'm the one.
I don't know how you're gonna land.
That's my opinion.
Equity and equality at play here.
Tell us the reason why it should go to Southeast.
Hold on now.
Ola, Mike is on the background. Put me to the back. Bring Mike up. I can come back later. I can come on later.
Ola, so you suggested they should have 7 states. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, hold on. Let me make my presentation. You understand? Okay. Now, you cannot do whatever you want to do with information. The issue of marginalization is tending towards infinity. Is that till the end of this world, people will always talk of marginalization, and you will never get everything. Even economics teaches marginalization. That's why you don't have infinite resources. You have finite resources. So you just have to balance out. But I have my own idea of marginalization. My idea of marginalization is different from that of Simba and it's different from that of Emeka. My idea of marginalization is this: the number of representation between the South and the North, we have to balance out, just because of the type of impunity we've seen in our country where some people want to dominate. Okay. So you have to do the balancing. Now, so if they are requesting, where or people will compare with people we contest it, but let me tell you what happens in Canada. Representation is done by population, not by the landmass. You understand? I mean, for those people of the member of the parliament, I'm not even talking of the Senate, is by your population. So by so saying, there is mean, for example, that Lagos is marginalized because Lagos has a very huge population. So when you want to look at Lagos need more representative than any other region, because I don't believe in that population of Kano. So over time, because the military officers and especially those people from the northern northern side, they've used that position. They abuse their position to allocate more.
We're talking about Southeast. You are going to
No. Oh my goodness! Let me land. Continue. I don't even have this energy. I'm trying to talk generally. Southeast has tried to request. Then you put it to test. If it passes the test, it's good. I've told you that in Canada they do by population, and you just cut me off. You understand?
So where is the population in the Southeast?
Just hold on. Please continue. I can't be doing all this argument of.
There are several people that want to talk now. Why are you behaving like a woman?
Just go ahead. I don't have the energy. I have limited energy for.
If you don't have energy, why do you come on the platform? Go and sleep.
No, I want.
Let Mr. Land talk now.
I want to be productive.
Ola, can I come real quick? I think what people are saying is, if you want to discuss, you have to discuss in a context. You understand? Are you discussing ethnic marginalization or regional marginalization?
Exactly.
Those are two different things. You understand? So you have to have the argument, conversation in context, not just all over the place and broadly. And so that way we can understand.
But no. Mr. Mike, the Southwest and the Southeast are peculiar in Nigeria because both of those things are the same.
Right.
Ethnic and regional are both and the same in the Southwest and the Southeast.
Now let me say this very important. Give me 1 second. Let me say this very important. If we are having conversation saying regional, which we have 6 geopolitical regions, right? So if you want to have a conversation about regional marginalization, then I think we have arguments because, like, I think in Northwest, I think they have 7 states or something like that, right? Right? I think so one of them have 7 states in the North. I can't remember.
That's 7.
Yes, not 7. So now the Southwest can say, oh, I have 6, you have 7, that kind of stuff, and Southeast can say I have 5, you have this and that. But that's regional. In the context of regional, but if we're talking about ethnic marginalization now, in these other geopolitical zones in the north, they have more than one ethnic group within the geopolitical zone. In those, except the only two geopolitical zone that only has one single ethnic group in the entire geopolitical zone is Southwest. And now we cannot claim ethnic marginalization when the other geopolitical zone. Let's use South for example. So are you marginalized? Yoruba is not marginalized than a Calabama, or even let me say Northwest that has 7 states and Southwest has 6. I can't say me as a Yoruba man I'm more marginalized than a one small tribe or another tribe from that Northwest where they have 7 states, because each region has 7 states. But he as an ethnic group have to share that geopolitical space with many other ethnic groups. His voice is not really loud. He has to have less. Most of those minorities in those Northwest won't even have a single senator. You understand? So those ethnic groups, I cannot say I'm more marginalized than them because the geopolitical zone they come from is 7. The same way Southeastern, I cannot say is ethnically more marginalized than a Edo, a Benin man, where this region they have 6 geopolitical zones, right? They have 6 states in their geopolitical zone, but he has a Esan or Bini or Robo. He can say I can produce. I have more senators in the house than a Yoruba man or Igbo man. So ethnically, you can say, in fact, ethnically, the Yorubas and the Igbo are the one that enjoy Nigeria the most. To be honest, we have the most of everything: the most ministers, the most senators, the most everything. So ethnically, we are not marginalized. But if you want to say geopolitical marginalization, that's a different argument. But ethnic marginalization, I'm sorry, we can't be complaining, man. Any Yoruba person that come and say I'm marginalized, come on, I'm sorry.
Okay, Mike. Mike. Okay, hold on. I don't know where you got that information. I was speaking generally.
Which information?
I told you that when we talk of
information? Which
marginalization.
information?
Hold on, that
Which
you think I'm
information
talking
now?
of ethnic. You said I'm talking
No,
of
I didn't say.
ethnically.
No, I didn't
Now,
say you are talking. I didn't even address you. I'm just saying we have to put in context. Are we saying ethnic marginalization or regional marginalization? I wasn't addressing you. I'm just saying, you know, to me, if we're talking regional marginalization, geopolitical regional marginalization, we can present all this argument or have a less state and this other geopolitical zone. But if we say ethnic, I just personally think the Yorubas and the Igbos, we got it the best in Nigeria. I'm sorry. We have the most ministers, most senators, the most everything. Even we're more represented in the civil service than any other ethnic group, even more than the Hausas.
Like, even if you are talking about ethnic,
I'm sorry, we got the best in that country. I'm sorry.
Even in the southwest, we have the Ijaws. We have the Ijaws in the southwest. The only homogeneous geopolitical zone is only the southeast. It's only the Igbos that can claim that they have 5 states and they have 5 representatives. I mean, whatever they want to claim.
Simba. Let me
only homogeneous. It's only the southeast that is homogeneous. Even southwest is not homogeneous.
Okay. Ola, let me give you a context.
The southeast is homogeneous now, but they have some people towards.
Wait, can we just discuss this Nnamdi Kanu's judgment, please?
Emeka, let me say this final thing on the final note. From what you said, we've been talking here in this space that we should have resource control. Everybody should control their region and all of that. If I look at from the part from what you are talking, we don't have senators, we don't have this, we cannot get this from FAC. It's going back to this issue of sharing money from the central government. If everybody says you have your resource control, you control your resources, you send whatever small portion of what you have to the central, nobody will be talking about marginalization. Even if you have 6 states or you have 7 states, so far you control your resources and you say small to nobody will talk about marginalization. But marginalization mostly comes because we're having a pool in the central government and everybody's trying to take their share. That's what I see. Because if you look at Southwest,
AY, I can't hear you again. Can anybody hear him? Or is it my microphone?
From 3 days ago, we can't complain in Southwest, but we are financially marginalized too. But let's see how it goes too.
What I just said in the this thing is the issue of marginalization is infinite. So it's not going to, it's something that is going to be forever. You can be marginalized through resources, you can be marginalized through representation, just anything. So it is not something that is going to end. But as far as I'm concerned, anything that can balance out North and the West, that someone will not dominate or that is okay. But like in Canada, as I was saying, representation is based on population, not based on land mass. It's population. So to me, like I was saying, if you want to use that population, the Lagos is marginalized, no doubt about that.
But Mr. Ola, population can fluctuate very, very wildly.
No. What I'm just giving an example of how it's done here. I don't know how it's even done in the US. I'm giving an example. So,
but I'm saying that population can fluctuate very wildly because of several different things: insecurity, natural disasters, general migrations, social economic issues. So, I mean, do you keep adjusting the representation every time? You know, is it every 10 years you do an adjustment, or how does that work?
Well, I don't know whether they do adjustment, but now the fluctuation of Lagos state population, I doubt it. Even the fluctuation of Ogun state population is always going to increase. So, to me, I think it should be based on. I believe, as far as Nigeria is concerned, if I would suggest, representation should be based on population, because how do I mean? If you develop your state, people will rush to your state. So you cannot decide your state, for example. Maybe you used to have 10 million. 2 million move from your state to let's say Ogun State.
Okay.
Another 2 million move from another state to that place. So you are overpopulating a region. So
okay,
you
Allah,
should not be enjoying.
Is your conclusion is that the Southeast deserve an additional state or 2 more states? Is their conclusion?
It's just my opinion. You understand? Yeah, what I'm saying generally is this: Southeast can fight for whatever they want to fight for, but what I want a situation whereby a particular region will not have. What I mean that between South and North, North would not have a voting advantage when it comes to decision making in the National Assembly over the South. That's all I'm particular about in totality. Now, in the North now, for example,
Nigeria still seen as not? Hold on, is Nigeria still seen as North and South, or just?
Like you said, marginalization is a natural thing. I think that's in essence that's what you're saying. Some group or so always going to be marginalized. So, so you think right now in the Senate or in the House of Assembly that the Southeasterners are marginalized? Is that what you're saying?
No. I won't say that. I said Southeast can fight for this. But if the population of Southeast are rushing down to Lagos, for example, I would rather have more representation in Lagos. Because now, there's this reason that people are rushing from Southeast to let's say to Lagos. So if you cannot develop your space for people to rush there and use population to have representation,
my question is
that's my own definition, in my opinion.
Okay, I got your point. So,
you're just penalizing them then. You're penalizing them.
Hold on. Which region has the most states in that country? South, northwest, right? Northwest. Is that right?
No, sorry, I didn't. There was a signal interruption there. So can you please repeat that, please?
Which state has the most region in that country? Northwest, correct?
I think Northwest, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so if Southeast gets one more state because they have and become 6 states, how come they're not going straight? How come they're not going straight for 2 more states so they can have 7 states? I'm just trying to see the rationale behind it, because at the end of the day, they're still going to be behind, be marginalized somehow. I think.
You see me, I have different opinion when it comes to those states. So we have different opinion. To me, everything like we are having all this regional development commission now. I think we should graduate to having regional development, and if you like, go to your state and create 1 million. Go to your region and create 1 million states. The resources should be shared based on the geopolitical region. So they've used state before to steal. People were using the state to state and more local government to draw resources. So that's what all this state and local government creation was all about, just to access more resources from the central. When people started aggregating for resource control, that's one of the reasons, because they look at what the northern leader was doing majorly was just to use all those things to cut more resources away.
Let me even address this. Sorry, let me say this real quick. When people say like one geopolitical zone, like they go into the Senate to represent that geopolitical zone, I don't think that's really what the case is. Like, for example, Benue is in the northeast. Bono is also in the northeast. I don't think a Benue senator, a TV man, really go there to be speaking for the interest of the Canaries in Bono. I don't think they have anything in common, to be honest. So I don't think their vote.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Benue is not in northeast. Benue is not north. I'm saying like
not central, not
central. Oh, it's not northeast. Oh, okay. I thought it was northeast.
I think Mr. Mark wants to call Bono. It's confusing Bono for Benue.
Yeah.
No. See, my idea.
Let me use South for example. Let me say Cross River, right? I don't think Cross River senator would really be there for the same interest as Delta State senator, because it's like the reality is different, and they really don't. Even this time between the states is really far apart. So the idea that geopolitical senators are really there to vote, they are along their geopolitical reality or whatever. I don't think that's the case. I think when you have that, it's like maybe Southwest or Southeast go there. Yeah, because their political space is homogeneous. So when they go there, they see themselves as maybe your senator good now. If you speaking, of course, you want to go for the interest of the Yorubas. You understand? Because the entire geopolitical space is Yoruba or a Southeast, But when a South senator goes there, I don't think he's necessarily coming there to say, "Oh, I'm voting for based on the interest of the entire South geopolitical space," because they really don't have a lot in common. Not all of them have anything in common, to be honest. The same with the North.
No. He's going to
I would say
represent his own territorial.
Let's not. Probably best example would be the North Central, like Kwara, for example. The Yoruba, the Kwara people really don't have much in common with maybe let's say which other states. Zamfara is some northern people in the same geopolitical space are from maybe Zamfara or something. They really don't have it. So they get their representation based on geopolitical space is the senatorial representation. I don't think that stuff is a reality, to be honest.
No. I think you didn't get my point very well. I got your point. See, senatorial district is different from our state, but state we give advantage to more senatorial districts, surely. But what I'm saying about regional is this: I'm thinking from what I've seen here. Like in Canada now, the federal government, the major dealing is between the government at the central and the provincial government. Now, the provincial government, they can create 1 million cities if they so desire, but the dealing is between the federal. It's between the federal and the province. Now, what I'm saying is this: if we go back to something like those 6 geopolitical region now, so if we have 6, so now within those 6 geopolitical region, you understand, you know that those geopolitical region will be dealing with the federal. So whatever allocation, anything you want to share, because all this idea, all this story of this more state and all this, it's all about resource sharing. They just want to have access to the money. That's all what this thing is all about. So if you reduce the dealing to be between the 6 geopolitical region and the federal, so when you get to allocation within your geopolitical region, if you want to create 1 million states within your province, go and create it and allocate your resources to them. It's your business. Then for all those geopolitical regions, you have the maximum number of senatorial districts you can present. If you like, go to your region and allocate the way you like it. You understand? Assuming we are supposed to have
that require them to actually do some real work and real thinking,
exactly,
and real innovation and creativity. They don't want to do that. Everybody wants the free money. Are you kidding me?
Exactly. But because the idea behind state creation and all those more local government, it's all about money sharing, nothing more than that. So it does not necessarily mean development sometimes, because now look at you. Okay, if you and I now we come from the same state now, I realize that okay, Prince Daddy is stronger than me. Maybe if you are contesting 10 times, Prince Daddy is going to win. The next thing, I want to find a way to break away, so that I know that if I break away from that state, then I will be on the other side. Then I will have an advantage. So that is what all this agitation for more state creation and all this is meant for. It's not actually, in my own opinion, or own opinion, it's not for the development. It's just for more political inclusivity. You understand? People just want to
more political dominance. I think so.
So that's what they want. That's where I say it. So to me, I do not necessarily support state creation. To be honest with you, I support reinforcing, strengthening the geopolitical structure. You know, that's because so let everybody, you go to your region. The matter for okay, if I want police in my city now, is a matter for the province. City of Calgary, it is the province of Alberta that granted that license to create a city of Calgary police. So if city of Calgary police is not comply, the province of Alberta can withdraw the license. So So those are the things. So many matters that federal handles in Nigeria, we can actually move some of those things to those geopolitical zone. That's just my humble opinion and what I've seen operates within my environment. I think Emeka should be a politician here too. I don't know. You should be talking about structure. You should try to join a party here, Emeka.
I'm in the Conservative Party.
Okay. We are not going to allow you guys to become to get that seat anyway. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So that's my opinion. Anybody that want to speak and go ahead, please.
Ola, I wanted to ask you a question, whether if you have an idea. Like this, my brother, you put his picture here, Sibo, always make reference to how Canadian government build battery factory, spend his money for private companies, so it can be able to create a job for the Canadians. Do you really have an idea of what really happened during that season about that investment? Clear idea.
No, build what? Because build what? I don't understand.
Okay, like this guy you put his, I don't know that is talking. His name is Isibo. He's from Edo State. He always referred to trying to cover up Obaseki high level of criminality. I can describe it that way. By just giving an example that government have no business in running business, so therefore they have to just privatize everything. Then you take your national money, you build like a company for Bill Gates, then Bill Gates will start running it, you dash him everything, and then so he can create job. So and he use Canada battery factory. You know, these when we enter this electrical vehicle,
Canada battery factory.
Yeah, for vehicle, he said the Canadian government, I don't know, that's why I asked if you have an idea anyway. He said the Canadian government invested his money building a factory where they manufacture electric battery for vehicles just for the company to exist so they can,
you mean batteries for electric vehicles, not electric
vehicles,
battery.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, electric for battery for electric vehicle. That's what I mean. Battery factory. I don't even know what he's talking about, because this is what they are parading your system there. How government is the one that bring out this money and be establishing business for people, and so they can create them.
One thing about Canada is this: if you are incorporated, let's assume you are incorporated and you'll be doing your business, and you need some kind of funding. Yeah, there are some kind of program there that when you make your presentation, that you can access some kind of funding.
Is it granting? Is it a grant of funding that at least if you progress, you pay back?
Well, it depends on what you mean by grants. Because this money is not free. It's not free. You are getting to pay the money back.
Okay, this is what I just want to put in there, because where I live we have it also, and God forbid that company didn't bankrupt, they must surely pay. It's only when bankruptcy happen and the government, they insure those kind of things, because maybe perhaps a lot of other people have invested buying shares and bank and all of that. So you see these guys, I just draw your attention, because when they always make reference, they just baboozing our people back home and saying all sort of rubbish. Sometimes you wonder, why are these guys just coming out to say,
I want you to understand something. When you mention Canada, sometimes you have to be very careful, because the province is different now. What will happen in Alberta now is different from what will happen in Ontario. So I can speak to what is happening in Alberta. I may not be able to
as divisive as a country like that. Imagine, as divisive as a country like that, the prime minister or president you have will just decide to go and establish one factory for an already existing company and say we dash you. So because when you start operating, you are going to be employing Canadians, because he's trying to to justify how Obaseki spent close to 90% of the cost of building a hotel for a company that has already made its name in that field, and how this MOA, the donor, as we speak, even those state government finance don't even have record how they spend that money. The account those money went to, we don't know. Who signed those documents, we don't know. You understand what I'm saying? So it speaks volume when you see the way these guys, the way they do their things, and the way they choose to blackmail innocent people maybe the king, people who stand for truth, so they can just have their way. That's why I just asked this question. I know we are in a relationship.
Although I don't know the model you are talking about, but there are situations where government can finance your company. You understand? But like I said, you are going to pay back. So there can be some maybe what is happening in those states is like PPP.
Look at what is happening in those states. They build the hotel and they gave the right to the person. Having spent like 90% of the cost, the person they gave it to, they said, those states will only be having access to 10% of the revenue. You understand? Any profit you made. So we that build it with 90% will be making profit of 10%. Because that company has made name, with their name, tourists will come. Do you see the this is an explanation?
Hold on.
What you are saying, what he's saying is it's not bad though. That thing is concessioning. Look at let me give you an instance. The Port Harcourt terminal, airport terminal, they've concessioned. They are concessioning the facility to somebody that can run it. Then over time they recoup back their money. Maybe they sign for 30 years.
See, I don't want to use Nigeria model. I don't want Nigeria model here because they don't even refer to Nigeria. Because if you want to refer to Nigeria, refer to the one that has been successful at least for many years. If you have anyone, then I can learn from that, not just what they want to do. You know, these promises for me, it doesn't settle well with me when it comes to my country.
But there have been a lot of state government. Tinubu has even concessioned a lot of, there's a lot of things. Okay, for instance, let me give you an example. This Lagos State Art and Culture, this Randall Center that they commissioned about a few years ago, they concessioned it out, and it's a private organization that is managing the inflow of people.
Well, you see, no. Look at this way.
The facility is for Lagos State. Yes.
Yeah, this is what I want to clarify here about. You know, like where I live, there are a lot of government, like transport service. All these things are privatized, but they are owned by the government. So those who run it, you understand me, these are big wrong. But when it comes to ownership, you kick the government away, you spend the government money to build it for private people and give them ownership. Is that the model? That's what I'm asking.
Hold on. Let us understand this structure. Now, there's a difference between profit sharing and the owner of the assets.
Yes.
Now, this guy built the hotel, and the government
why are you turning these questions to a topic of discussion? There are several people that have not talked on the platform. Why do you just switch topic and then we start discussing concession and all those things?
I'm referring to the person that I saw on the screen there. I saw him talking. I don't know who put it there. That is why I feel maybe they're talking about the issue.
Let me even respond to Simba. Simba went for
wait. They use Canada as a model all the time they want to talk. So I've not been to Canada. So people who live in Canada, they are here. I just want to hear their own model of how government operates. Because when my government involves money here, where I live 100%, that thing is based on innovation. You understand me? They want people to be in the school, like professors, cracking their brain for problem solving. So they bring a lot of money to make sure. And at the end, they are waiting for what is called the know-how sharing. Because with the know-how, they are going to make money. Let's say they enter agreement with America, Canada, all these people, EU, cracking their brain. They will bring their money out for that. You understand? But when the company is already in existence and they support that, they expect their money back.
No, so that model, you need to be very sure of what that model is, because the way I see it is this.
Okay.
Assuming the asset itself is 100 billion, and the government of Edo now put the shareholder contribution and invest in that asset. You understand? In that asset. So that means that the entirety of the company, the government is holding that particular asset to 90%, while the other guy is holding 10%. So profit sharing now is different from asset than the operational,
look at it from this angle. The government is the one that invested 90% of the cost. Now, when it comes to ownership, it belongs to those people, but we should be expecting 10% as a profit. This is the model on ground.
No, I have to see the document before because let me tell you something. Because Okay, anyway, we can discuss that one later because activist Simba is saying something.
Let's forget it. Simba, I'm sorry for that. It's just because of what I saw on TV.
So Simba, what did you want to say?
I'm not saying anything, but yeah, I don't want us to start discussing a Edo issue, whether somebody is actually government that is actually sponsoring business or funding business for private people and all those things. We have a topic that we are discussing, and I don't want us to actually switch to another topic.
Okay, take us back to the topic.
AY is there. I don't think AY has not talked since the inception of this.
Well, I have talked now. I've said my point. Where I came into the conversation was because of this court judgment and all of that. And it was Emeka that wanted that I came here for, that I logged in for, because he was trying to, pacify me also emotionally and all of that. And at this point, I don't take it anymore because we just need to be factual. And when Ola was raising the issue of marginalization, like, okay, we are marginalized. The truth is, we need to redesign the structure of Nigeria, the way Nigeria is currently. We need to look into it and sit down and talk, and everybody claim their land, because it looks to me that we are even distorting history. If you look at the border lines of states and composition of tribes, we are divide. If you look at the state boundaries, we are taking off some tribes into some states, they become minority in those states. Then when they are being oppressed, the look at now, for instance, Port Harcourt and Bayelsa. Bayelsa is fully Ijo, but there are some Ijos that actually, are moved into Port Harcourt a little. So when the Equaries are talking and saying this is our state, the minority Ijos will be feeling oppressed. Then they will, seek efforts, try to seek support from their brothers that are majority in the boundary states. So all those things, for me, I feel the outcome of this judgment should push us to proper restructuring. Let's restructure the state boundaries, let's restructure the regions, and let's restructure the let's I don't know, let's fine-tune the constitution if we really want to stay together. Because that's what I feel that is going to solve all these problems. You cannot say that, for instance, Emeka was saying that in the southeast we need more states. But if you look at truly, when I did the research and looked into southeast, I discovered that the Igbos are just the majority. There are still some ethnic groups in the southeast that don't have their voice. There are Igalas in Enugu State. They don't they don't come up to talk. They are minority tribes that they are not talking. And a lot of minority tribes are like they're not talking because the majority tribes are talking. If you look at the north central, there are Jukuns, there are thieves. There is issues between thieves and Idomas in Benue State. That's one of the conflicts because thieves has been the one becoming governors. Idomas don't have opportunity because of population size and all. So Nigeria is a country with a lot of tribes. And what I see that can solve Nigeria is if you're a minority tribe, at least you should have one local government to yourself where the chairman has an autonomy and can decide your economic pathway. You guys can chart your economic pathway. That will work. If a minority tribe, you are not up to a state, and at least have a local government or two that you can control, and you people can vote yourself in, then there's local government autonomy. Everybody can.
Don't you think that if you are talking about restructuring, don't you think it could also fuel ethnic tensions in Nigeria?
A very solid foundation to convict all those terrorist sympathizers in the north. That's what I see for myself. That is a good
Okay, AY. So if you want to restructure now, you understand. I'm looking for how I'm just going to carve where Simba live and just throw Simba away from Yoruba land.
No, you don't need to trust. No,
Let me also come in, AY. Thank you very much for that submission. You see, what you just mentioned was the core foundation that the Midwest region was built upon. I use that region as an example all the time because they sat down and they recognized the entire tribes that make up that region. And what they did was to quickly capture the territory and space of every one of them. Well documented, well surveyed. I think when we were in Bende, that was when Ogbemudia had perfected everything anyway. But the foundation was already there. That to the extent, you see, houses in the village when I was growing up in that Bende then, you must see the owner of that, the name and the number of that house. But when the military guys, they started posting them to that space, they bastardized those structure and we lost all those documentation. But however, we are all Nigerians. We are free to move from one place to another. Some people know when other tribes settle, either because of water in their area, allow them to do their fishery. Those people are not telling them we are the owner. So it's just a keg of gunpowder. And that is why I said, it's better for our leader to see the complex of this issue that we are facing today. Forget about these policies of economic policy. The foundational issue, for me, it puts our life at a very big risk. And if there's uprising like demonstration, that will pave a way for these guys who want to come in, just come in. Because what they are afraid of is the complexity of that country. If they start it, they don't know how it's going to end. That's just the truth. But if there is one opportunity for them,
may I throw some light into all of this, please? You understand? Look, it's not about how long a state has been established or how well they are doing. It's about utilizing what you have. Take, for instance, July allocation or FAC, basic allocation. Bayelsa got 41 billion, I think 41.1 or 0.2 billion naira. River State got 41.65 billion. Now, Bayelsa State's population is 3.7 million. River State is 9 point something. But look at Bayelsa State and look at River State, which is more developed. Of course, Rivers. They share almost the same thing. What I'm saying here is that, look, it's just for geopolitical relevance and sharing of largesse that we are talking of more state creation. Because unfortunately for the Igbos, they are their own worst enemies. Well, let's not go back into history. But for this geopolitical zone structure we are operating right now, it was the baby of Chief Alex Ekweme. He suggested it. He brought it to life. He breathed into it. And every other person bought into it, all other political leaders. But in giving the Southeast 5 states, he didn't agitate that it wasn't enough. He was at that round table. He was at that round table. That's where the agitation should have started, and that's where he should have stood his ground. He did not. Today we are having that problem. But does the Southeast deserve an extra state? Yes. By the sharing of the country's largesse. Because we have in the totality of the North, we have 19 states. In the South, we have 17, so 36. And the North even have an up more advantage, because where we call Abuja today, I mean, it's a no-brainer to anybody by saying it is in the North. So, and if you have Governors Forum as one of the political tools in Nigeria today, the North can easily outvote the South. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Baba. I'm just very quick one, Baba.
No, I've not finished my point. If you have to ask,
I want to ask Baba, if you are asking for, like, I want you to look at something. If you're asking for a balance between the North and South, there are 2 states that are missing between the North and South. If we want to go by that logic, that means Southwest should get 1 to make 7.
Of course.
That means Southwest should get another 1 to make it 6.
Exactly.
But if you do
no, it's not correct.
Let me answer. Let him finish.
For me, I don't agree on that.
Wait now. He's going somewhere with his question, I believe.
Yes. So that means that to have a balanced representation between the North and the South, we need 2 states more in the South. So, and if you would go by the logic of what is currently at play in the north, we need one in the southwest and we need one in the southeast for it to have a balance. But the problem I'm now seeing is if you had states like that, other regions in the south will still agitate and the agitation will not subside. What do you think about that?
Okay, what do you, by virtue of, look at Southeast now. If the combination of the Northwest, for instance, they share monthly about, let's say, for the sake of this enlightenment, they share 50 million naira. The Southeast, because of the 5 states they have, will share less. But if they have 6 states also, they will share more. They will have more governors. They will have more senators, 3 extra senators, and House of Representatives. And with that comes a lot of revenue. It doesn't interpret into development, but for equity, for the equitable distribution of the resource of Nigeria accruing to states, it's a fair deal for them. Yes, Simba.
Sorry, Simba. Let me talk now. Who's talking? See, please, let me say this. Okay, you want to allocate, we want to share the resources. One, the distribution of allocation to state. All the states in the federation, they don't get the same allocation because they have criteria what they use to actually allocate money to each state. So for the fact that you have 5 states, you might even be getting more than what regions that have 6 states are getting. I can bet you if you look at what the Southeast is getting now, and look at maybe probably what the North Central is getting, it might be close where they even have 6 states. So it's not based on the number of states that you have that will determine the allocation that you are getting. The only thing that one is sure is probably senators and maybe House of Rep member. It doesn't even guarantee the number of local government that you have.
Yeah. In addition
to
what
that's the only thing. Then sorry.
That makes sense.
So the other thing I want to say earlier when Midwest was talking, and was talking about when Midwestern state was created. I don't think you know what happened when that state was created that time. Between the Benin Edo people and the other tribes in that Midwestern, the kind of tension that's created because the Benin Edo people are dominant in the governance of that region. And you are not aware of the ethnic tensions between the Ishekiri, the Jaw, the Shekiri, the Yoruba, the Aniomas.
Stop me. Let me educate you. Stop misleading people.
One moment.
Simba, let me correct Simba. In the history of Nigeria, the only region that is free from tribal, ethnic tension in the record of that country is Midwest and Bender people. Indeed, they have differences.
Even saying that,
but wait, just hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Let me round up. In the Western region, the Akintola and Awolowo almost finished that place. In the East, up to today, the people you call River and all could not agree with Igbo. We never witnessed that in Bender. Don't mislead people here. It was one of the most successful, most progressive set of people that have contributed. You mentioned one crisis you're talking about.
There's a reason why Rivers and Lagos are able to develop.
You point to one crisis.
That comes back to Sierra Leone, the progressive Yorubas and the Fulani.
Even during Obasanjo regime, you are not aware of the Shekiri Ijaw fight?
No, they never fought. Look at where they start fighting. Let me correct you. There was a local wait. No.
Is that when somebody says something, you go and fact check what I say and come back and challenge you.
You are lying. I am from there. Wait. You are from Ekiti and you are not from Edo. You are not from Delta. We have Edo people. We have people from Delta. You hold on a little bit. I'm not talking about people from Delta can say yes, it happened, but I know when Ijaw and Shekiri fought. That was when they created
Can I ask you guys? Can I ask you guys one question?
Hold on.
Can I
Hold
ask
on,
you
hold on, hold
one
on.
question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you one question? Quick, very quick question. Very quick one.
Go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Which
African
one
man,
of
go ahead.
which one? Yeah. Which one of your tribe? Which one of the faction of the Southwest that built Lagos? The original faction. Are they Yorubas from Benin or Yorubas from mix of Nigeria? Those early settlers to Sierra Leone. From Sierra Leone.
Look,
When I read-
African man, I have not had time actually to debate this routing with you. But wait, let me put some light into this. The people, in all honesty, that built Lagos infrastructurally.
No,
are the
olden day
Ijebu.
Lagos.
Wait, let me finish. Let me wait
modern
now.
days. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
let me finish. They are the Ijebus. They are the major
Were they
traders.
the ones that was
These people you refer to as Saro, you understand, are what we refer to on the island in my own youth coming up as Creole.
Yes.
We call them Creole.
Yes.
They are all part of this slave brought from the Caribbean. There are two levels of slaves. Wait now.
Sierra Leone to Nigeria. Yeah.
I will catch you one day. We will discuss this in depth. But let me just put a little bit, just 2 minutes into this.
Okay.
There are two classes of slaves from the Americas and USA itself. One class. Second class are those brought from Europe. Those brought from America came into Liberia, and that's.
I know all that. I know all that.
So
Liberia.
putting it in perspective, when you encompass it and said the Sierra Leoneans are the people that built Lagos, or the Sarus, those are the Saro culture is entrenched. You understand, in the Aguda area. There is no doubt about that.
According to all the documents, there's no one that actually argue otherwise. It's the Sierra Leone Yorubas who resettled to Lagos, who were resettled from Sierra Leone to Lagos and Rivers, who built the modern day Lagos. Okay, I don't know how you.
No, you didn't build. You what we people brought. All of them are coming.
The foundation of modern day Lagos.
They brought flair. They brought political sagacity into the island. You get my point, but to say they built Lagos infrastructurally, no, the Ijebus built Lagos.
No, from the foundation to what it is, as that's according to it does include infrastructure that you see today. But I don't know, because you know much about the branches of Yorubas that you got in Nigeria.
We are digressing in Africa, so let's disturb other people. I'll catch you one day. We'll go into this because I am a Lagosian. I'm very proud of that, and I'm a Yoruba man. Yoruba man, father and mother.
I love that.
I want to quickly add this one. Look, Simba, just a moment.
Sorry.
Yeah, wait one moment.
Midwest, you have been talking now. Let's other people talk.
I'm not talking. I just replied Simba. When I was talking, I gave him space. Look, Simba, indeed, Ijo and Ishakiri fought. It's in record, and it happened when Delta State was created, and the local government was moved either from one of the tribe to another one, and most of the parties that were in Warri, many moved to Asaba. It created joblessness and a lot of tension. So they were not conscious of the diversity of the people and component of those areas that led to that crisis. But when we were in Bende, it never happened. So don't bring those lies here and try to.
Can I take my turn after you now?
Okay.
Can I get to the topic, because I come here to discuss something else? Is that right?
No, we are not changing it now. What do you want to talk about?
Look, let me, Remy, just give me 30 seconds. Look, a lot of mistakes have been made. Some we don't want to talk about. And it is sad because we don't talk about them and we don't frame our political heroes in their proper lights. In creation of Midwest, a lot of mistake was made from the Southwest. Because if Baba Awolowo had not appointed Akitola to take over from him, it was a post actually well deserved by Enahoro. Enahoro should have been made the regional what do we call them now? The premier of Southwest.
Prime Minister, I don't know.
Premier, instead of Akitola. With that, Midwest wouldn't have been created in the absence of Awolowo, because Awolowo was already in jail. And when that region was created, according to Beke de Remo, Edwin Clark, the man we know as Edwin Clark, there was grudge, because when they created it, they did not share appropriately from what they deserve from the West to give to them as a takeoff support, apart from the federal grant given to Midwest. And when it was created, if Awolowo maybe were a free man, it would have helped Enahoro to be the first premier of Midwest instead of Osadebe.
No, that won't happen, because Enahoro never supported Midwest creation. So that is another problem. He never supported.
No, because Awolowo did not support it, but Awolowo was in jail, so he had no contribution.
I'm not talking about Awolowo. I'm talking about Enahoro. Enahoro did not support it. So therefore, there's no way the people we elect him work against it. I'm telling you the truth.
No, what I'm trying to say is that if Awolowo were a free man, maybe they would have changed their position. And Enahoro has a high degree of respect for Awolowo's view. Maybe he will have moderated his opposition and changed his opinion.
What is he to be?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I speak now? Is that
no, not you. You have been speaking too now. So I'm new here. First, I want to talk about what happened today about the judgment. I'm totally looking at it away from the judgment. I'm looking at the several thousands or hundreds of people that lost their life. I pity their family members, because no matter what, even if you put this man into jail, or maybe you put him into, hanging, can they really recover their dead ones, those ones that have passed away? So sometimes when you agitate and you really want to put your people out of a country or out of their mystery, this is a very good lesson for young people and for us that we're still living, that whatever you want to do in life, try to put your people first. He didn't put his people first. He was just fixated on the power, on the arrogance, and so many stuff. Today, a lot of people are still pitying him. It's not to be pitied at all. In fact, the judge was super lenient. He was supposed to be hanged, but fortunately for him, the judge is quite lenient. So I hope that those people that have suffered losses.
How did you arrive at hanging? Yeah, well, how did you arrive at hanging? Well,
I did not arrive at hanging. I'm trying to say that my own contribution is about the people that.
How many Fulani bandits have they hung? How many have they tried?
I'm not talking about.
Not even at that. Because why I said this is because they read the judgment and they applied the appropriate section of the law. None of them is suggesting.
I said this. The judge was super lenient. I'm looking at it from the victim of this terrorism or
jailing.
Yeah.
For this administration, beside jailing a lot of Fulani.
So all these victims that they will suffer for the rest of their life because they lose one person or the other. It's quite unfortunate. This is uncalled for. This is something that you can get peacefully. If you really, really want to get away from that country, why waste a lot of people's life because of this? And a lot of properties were burned and so many other stuff. I was shocked when they were reeling out numbers of security personnel that have been fired or passed out because of this agitation. I was just thinking maybe they would do about 20. It's in hundreds. My God. So sometimes when you are looking at it that the judge really pitied him, try to look at the people that have suffered losses too. So many. And a lot of people, because of this agitation, have to move away from Southeast to the rest of the country. Can they go back now? Can they feel that sense of belonging?
No. Meanwhile, those that pipe people may get angry because they did it directly. You understand? But this guy is just someone that agitates them. You understand? So
No.
you have to
No,
look at.
it's their leader, Mr. Ola. I think the terrorism act, the terrorism law that the judge cited, 2011 anti-terrorism law, because he is their leader, okay,
Yes.
and because he is primarily responsible for organizing an incitement, everything they do, it's essentially as though they have done it in his name. I think that's the premise of the judge.
Quickly, I move away from that one. I go to state creation. You guys have been talking about marginalization. There are so many marginalization in Nigeria, and when you look at when they divide Nigeria,
Even me myself, I have been marginalized by saying that.
I know. I look at when you are talking about giving them Southeast one more state. What about Northwest that have 7 states? There is not going to be fair equity in that. What about a state like Oyo that most of their governors always come from Ibadan Hango? Do you think the other part from Oyo state, they are big city like Shaki, Ogbomoso, and so many of them, they have not even only Ogbomoso tested gone through Alakala. The rest, Okeogun area, very big lands. They have been marginalized for a long time. Ibadan is supposed to be divided into 3 states. When you are looking at it, apart from ethnicity, you are looking at it from the land mass. So sometimes when you guys are asking for this one state for them, then the others are also asking for one more state. At the end of the day, I don't think that equity will not come. It will still this one state parity between the north and the south, whether you like it or not. Because when you look at the land mass of Nigeria, the northern part of the country, especially the northwest, just look at the land there, or even the northeast, is so big that even the whole 5 states cannot be more than 1.5 states in the northwest. So I see it that way, that equity you are asking for, the more they are pushing for equity that the one more state, the more the others are also asking for one more state. In fairness, if you really want it to be okay, then it should be like maybe 19 states in the north and 19 states in the south. But if you are talking about 19 states in the south, Southeast can only get 1, and I bet Southwest can get 2, or South can also get 2, because especially Southwest have more bigger land. So if you are looking at the equity that way, then you can say North 19, South 19. Then how do you not cover the state? That problem will not come. So it's a lot of things. People from Kwara or Kogi, there are so many Yoruba-speaking area in that side. Will they come to the Southwest, living the North Central? So to balance it, you might think it's so simple like that. It's a complex. It's so complex. It's a complex.
Well,
issue.
Remy, the north and south. Okay, that's the easy way to go about it. The balance is about Southeast getting enough states to feel well represented. Fine.
But
That's what I'm asking. Why don't you give them 2 more states?
No,
give them
if
2 more
you
states.
do that,
What
if
is
you
wrong
do
with
that,
that?
if you do that, more states will agitate for their own. Present as I'm talking to you, there are 12 states from each region, one state or two states from each region that are asking for more state creation. What I'm trying to tell you is that at the end of the day, if they are giving Southeast one more state, they need to give all the other region one more state. So
Hold on, exactly to the point that I've been making, that there's always going to be, there's always going to be marginalization based on that state creation.
You cannot escape it. Even the so-called big countries like America, it's going to be like that. I just give you a very good example.
Remy,
it's like
if I'm permitted to say something, it is our time we recognize the Midwest region and create 6 states. And that is what we need in Nigeria now. And I will tell you the reason. Landmass. Wait. You wait a little bit. Yeah, it's me.
No. Hold on. What you are trying to say, we have South, and they have 6 states. Are you not saying?
No, I don't need that. I don't need that South, because I will tell you the reason. You see, politically, the people like River and those close area, they are more closer in terms of understanding themselves when it comes to political thinking of the country. Then we in Edo and Delta, we are also close to ourselves because we have lived together. In landmass, we are bigger than Southeast. Population, we are more than them. Resources, we are more than them. So we need 6 states.
So are you trying to
That
tell
is
me
the argument.
hold on? Are you saying that Edo and Delta are bigger than the old 5 Southeast states?
The whole Southeast landmass were bigger than them.
So you see, that's a big trouble.
You see complexity of our country. See, instead of them to grant that each people should go and manage their resources, they started creating resources, creating state and taking resources from another people and make everybody lazy now. We lost almost everything. And people are now agitating for more states, more allocation, because more free money will come into their place. With the 5 states, what has taxes been able to do with their money? Their health care, I keep on saying it, the burden lies in this junk, like upon my own state that have nothing.
I know where you are coming from. And I think the rest of Nigeria are feeling the same way Midwest is feeling. Because Southeast...
The burden of their health care, it lies upon Lagos government.
Yeah, I think they are the only set of people that like to move out to other parts of Nigeria. And when they move out to dwell and do business there, that means they are also overstretching the facilities in those states. Ola, are you there?
Simba ló ń fa sùúrùtù báyìí.
I don't know. We are Simba. I thought
Simba náà ni.
I understand what Simba or Midwest is trying to say, but what can you do? Everybody is free to move around Nigeria to find his or our own Nigerian dream.
Simba, well, Remy, the thing is that if the people of Midwest talked of it, we will surely have it. Whatever we stand for, we always get it. It's just that our political leaders, even these no and one call, they were all blind. I think the people we are moving it was Obaseki's brother, this Pedro and all the rest guys. But when we had Obaseki and Okowa, they derailed the whole thing because one of them were strongly to be, deputy to Atiku.
I think what they are trying to do is that to carve out from Edo, Delta, and part of Ondo to give you another state.
No, we don't need that.
Hold on. What part of Ondo should they carry to? Are you okay?
I won't tell you now so that you won't fight.
No. Just see. Come. Remy, are you from Mali? You want to come?
No, Remy has come with his fake creation of states.
No,
he
Remy,
has been peddling these lies for long. Remy has been peddling these lies for long.
No, Simba, you know the worst part of it.
Remy is right. There is
hold on, Midwest. Why should they carve Ondo? Where don't you want to carve and join Edo State? Ishekiri, that's a part of Yoruba now. Our people, we are not even fighting for them. So you want to carve our land?
Who told you Shekiri is part of Yoruba land? How?
They are part of Yoruba land. If you don't know,
did they vote to say we don't want to be in the West in the past?
Yoruba land.
That is not an issue anyway. The thing is that everybody will respect them to decide for themselves. For me, I don't see any problem in that area. So I don't want to go to that because that will be so divisive. It will be so divisive.
Hold on, no. Let me just behave like a bandit now. Because bandits are the ones to think about people's lives.
Okay, continue.
Okay, you are dragging a lie.
Right. Remy is a bandit. You're right, Ola.
Remy, my submission is this. Anybody that want to create states that made mistake to go and be dragging space in another state will never have that state. Because when the House of Assembly of those people sat down, they will never support it. And that's the foolishness this Nwanko was making, dragging Anioma to Southeast. The way those people do things, my brother, I don't tire.
Midwest, don't worry.
I'm telling you the truth.
Midwest, don't worry. What they are trying to do is to create a little space.
Praise Daddy, red alert, Praise Daddy and Simba, Arogidigba. We need to suspend Remy. This Remy is not his name. This man just understand Yoruba because from his statement now, he just like rational mind. He has given himself away.
I know that one is not going to work out. But what
Remy is not lying. Remy, wait, he's not lying. There is a plan.
Where do you want to come from Ondo State? I want to hear.
Now let's round up a little bit. They said they will take some part from Ondo. They will take some part from Edo, and they will
part of Ondo.
So just try to land now. They will wait a little bit. Hold on a little bit. Let me land this one. The suggestion is not from Edo people. The suggestion is not even from Ishekiri. It was from a Yoruba person who want more state for Southeast, Southwest that was suggesting it. Yeah.
Let us
So
explain
there
the
is
person. Who
there is
No, I
also
don't
an
feel
Ijaw
remember
person.
the name. I don't feel remember. Wait now. I don't feel remember. Somebody made that suggestion. You know when these states want to come out? My brother, almost more than
let me
30
tell
states came
you,
out.
all those
So,
Awanitale,
where you know, when you say something Midwest, you have to look at visibility. Okay, which
I'm
part?
not.
Because
I'm not a talker.
I'm not sure
Excuse
whether
me.
there is a boundary between. Wait,
I
now
am.
let me
I am never. I'm not even in a zero. I'm not in any way in support of it. But I am saying that somebody made
oh,
suggestion
don't even
for it.
mention it. I just tell me that part of Ondo State. I'm interested. So you
I
want to
don't even know. Somebody.
hold
Wait.
on. I know your plan now. You want to go to Laje and cut our Atlantic Ocean area. I cut it and say, what are you talking about?
Wait now. Wait. Ola. Is not Remy. Remy. Why I say Remy is not lying. A
I
prominent
know
people.
you're tricky because they are bringing the
So,
refinery to that
no,
place. And you are,
Ola, listen to Midwest. He says the Yoruba
Ola,
man.
you hold on a
So
little bit.
wait
I am
now.
not
Midwest.
support.
Hold
Yeah.
on, Midwest.
Yeah.
So it's a Yoruba man that moved the motion so that the Southwest can have more states. So are you
Yes.
saying now that when the state is eventually created, it's going to be part of the Southwest? Is that what you are saying?
Wait, hold on. With what the person submitted, just like as they submitted Anioma, if that is what Romy is speaking to, I don't know.
What they're trying
Just the way
to do is Southwest two states, Ibadan State and
Yes.
Enugu State. That's what they're trying to do. So to
Wait,
now balance
when they were suggesting it, the person was only suggesting it to create more states to western part of Nigeria. And you know, many people, even your own place where they call it, some people they high area there where they go adjourn the other side, take another state for Southwest. So my dear brother, that is what where I'm speaking to. Not that I'm a support.
all these Abuja and land grabbers don't even come
So
to.
I'm not the I support. I'm not supporting. Even the I don't need it. It's the state that anyone of us.
Ola, they said that Ado Ekiti belongs to Benin.
So where did they come now? Where did they come now?
The one that will gain at the end of the day will be a Etiti state. And that Etiti will be covered from Enugu and Abia and a little bit of Ipa.
See, Remy, the way this
Anioma is not going to be reality. Forget it.
Yeah, if Anioma people need their strength.
Anybody that is thinking about creating another state in Nigeria should go and see.
They will have.
No, wait. Simba, if Edo and Delta people could see a vision in what I'm talking about, Nigeria government have no choice. They will address it. I'm just telling you. They will. Listen, this Anioma that Nwenko came in. The problem with these people, this Southeastern, when they want to approach people, they don't look at the structure on ground. The one they are bringing, they will tell you is the best. So for me,
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You know, Midwest. If I say this, I know you will not believe me, but I will tell you what you don't know because you don't normally agree on what you don't know. When the Midwest was created in 1863, did you ever ask yourself why an Igbo man was made the premier of that region?
It was never an Igbo man. That's where you made mistake. Let me clarify you now. When it was created, you listen to me now. You listen to me. This is where people made mistake. When it was created, just the way you capture tribes in Nigeria, 12 tribes were captured in this area. And those 12 tribes, then we have Igbo as a president of our country. And the person was in charge of, whether Senate they call it that, I don't know, the federal house. Let me use that word. You can understand. Like what we have in Senate today, whether they call it Senate. The person that was in charge was an Igbo man. And in those documents, there was never a tribe recognized as Igbo in that area. I'm telling you, ask anybody. So, but however, there is that affiliation because of Igbos that settle in that place and the indigenous people that live there. At that time, the recognition of indigenous people were still very, very visible. You get what I said? That is why nobody could raise that voice and said anything. Nigeria don't have documents in Edo and Delta that recognize at that time. But however, now we can say we have Igbo. With everybody, yeah.
You are just ranting on what you. So why was Chuk Dennis Osadebe made the premier?
Okay, I want to clarify you why he was chosen. When they got the region, the people, you know, these are civilized people already. They were so connected without Benin understanding. They would live together. So there's always a conflict resolution, and there was a conflict, and that conflict was, where are we going to put the capital? You see it now. Then, in the process of that conflict resolution, Benin was suggested. Some people said, no, it must be go to another place. And they finally agreed, based on their own heritage, all of them together, looking at where they are coming from. Chiefs were involved, and elders were involved. They know their history. They choose Benin. Wait, now I'm asking your question. You don't like when somebody is answering your question. This is what I hate about you.
You answered the question. Now this story,
I want to answer you now. They now agree that Benin must be the capital city. When they agree, they say, okay.
You are talking about
now. I'm telling you. And because of that capital city, they now said, look, what is going to happen? A Doma can never be our premier. It will now look, we created everything for you people. That's why I said conflict resolution matters a lot. And that is why they now said, let's zone into that area. The BTU, who from Benin was, who right for that position, stepped down for Sadebe.
I hear you.
He stepped down for Sadebe to be the premier.
Because Benin was chosen as the capital, so he now decided to give it to an Anioma person. Have you?
There's nothing like Anioma that time. The word Anioma was not even in existence. That Anioma came out.
Let me. So you know, it's you that doesn't know what is happening. I will tell you.
Okay. Tell me what happened.
Zeke was the mastermind of everything. He was the one that made somebody in the name of Chuks, because I don't know whether an Edoma will be a Chuks. Dennis Osadebe, because it is recognized as an Igbo person. Then another thing you have to realize, let me tell you, in 1966, immediately when the Civil War started and Ojukwu invaded the Midwest, who did he make the premier of that region? It is installed another Igbo man.
Yeah.
You understand? So all this thing that you are saying, okay, understanding. There is no understanding in the Midwest. I'm telling you, there were a lot of.
When you ask me a question, I replied you. Ojukwu idea wasn't what is it called? The first man you mentioned, the first president of our country, Zeke. Ojukwu idea was quite different. So you can't compare the two together, even if they are related. I don't know whether you understand. But when people are able to sit down, think of their future, how they should govern themselves, a way that the peace will reign, you have to commend them for it. I don't know whether you understand. That's what I'm trying to draw before you. You can't say Zeke was, you can't blame them that they said they want a Midwest region. It was an history. And I'm still referring to it. When the people wake up today and say they need state and their region, they will have it. I'm telling you. You can't stop them, or else you manage your resources and run your state. Even like one create 2,000 states for Nigeria. Then everybody will progress and respect one another, because now we fish it. The one you have in Southwest, he says it's not enough because they fish it. The Igbos fish it, they say it's not enough. The South fish it, I fish it. The Northwest, the North-South, the Central. Everybody's trying the same thing. But if we are to generate more, the way it is across the globe, contribute at least even 50% to the Central. By the way, even generated from the natural resource should be like 60% to Central. Then the one you generate through running your economy or tax and others outside the natural resources, you can take 60 for that or 70. Let's do it that way. The poor state, when the federal is really giving them money, they will be silent and they will work hard. Nobody will cry. Just like we don't have anything they do, and we know that Abuja is the one supporting, well documented. Why should we cry for more state? It is the structure that is killing Nigeria today. And if they don't refer it, America and Europe, they are coming. Everywhere is seeking here. Tell person where this no we may tell you their economy. Where this will they tell you, where they feel where they journey. They are coming. Things are changing. Go and mark my word.
I don't understand. America are coming, Europe are coming. Well, I don't understand. What exactly are you trying to say?
When they come, they just come with their interest and we will lose totally. That's all. This is what I'm trying to present. We better do our homework now since we have breath in our nose. And that's just my summation.
So where they are coming, I don't know where they are coming to grab your land or what. I don't understand.
My brother, they know better what they are coming. When they were coming from Berlin after drawing line, do they consult anybody? What kind of question is that? You should know how they behave. They are having challenges already. And we are not settled. We are just like people like, okay, if you go to debate here now, you try to point something that is really visible in the Southeast. Someone from there, or something that is visible in Edo, somebody from there will attack you, turn it to ethnic something. You understand me? I know it's not too common in the Southwest when people do wrong thing, Yoruba people say, they go see John even a Yoruba person. And those see they don't to some extent. Okay, when you try to talk about what is going on in the North, somebody from there will attack. There's already tribal tension. Okay, when you look at dissatisfaction, it's already there. Look at religion now. And they are already campaigning globally that Christians are be this, be that. You think those things are for us? Because of whom we are, we will see storm coming, we will remain where we are until those storms consume us. They are coming and they will come with their plan 100%. And that interest will be first of all be number one. Now we know that we will lose. Not be people they say Southeast though, they don't sentence their brother. Why bandits wave load themselves on rich mount? They did sit down with government officials, they negotiate a few months ago. I understand what the judge did is good though. I'm not condemning it. But when I look at what is going on in my country, I feel like Tinubu just have to do something. He should just set this guy free immediately. There's no need. Let your be executed and let have this balance so that nobody will exploit this situation. Because if there is a demonstration the way it is now, and the federal government is trying to use force, I don't know whether that will be excuse for people we cannot challenge to start coming to our country. Then whatever that happened, we are the one that started it because they are afraid not to start. This is what I believe. They would have been there by now. It's a complex place. They have pure picture of our place.
Sorry, let me put in. Forget about somebody coming from Europe to come and take your research. They don't have your time. And forget about maybe people who protest that they
I don't even understand what he's saying, to be honest. Me, I don't understand. I'm trying
forget about those ones. That have been sentenced. That is over. People will be happy, okay? They go their normal business. Do you think they're happy? They're leaving their own state to come and become go to another state. Do you think they're happy losing their own business in their own state? Nobody cares. That is the end of it. They have been sentenced. That is it. That's all. That's all. When they buy Abiola, what happened at the end of the day? When they buy Sarawiwa, what happened? I beg Jerry, life continue. So
see, do they in the first case, if they understand what Nigeria is doing?
Another thing I must tell you that you cannot say partition of Africa like before. Even the Igbo people, they have their own wahala. Do you think they have your time to be thinking?
But what I'm really worried about, let us be honest.
Oh, well, don't be worried about anything. Don't be worried about it. You should be saying that.
Wait, Remy, a little bit. Remy, wait a little bit. You see, our economy here in Europe as a whole, the way it blink, these people will always look for alternative. I'm just telling you, either by creating elsewhere.
What do you think? Let me tell you, the player that have been playing since maybe First World War, they are still there. They are still the one playing it. And when you talk about people that play that kind of game in Europe, you talk about maybe France, Germany, probably Belgium and France. It's over. Do you think all these Scandinavian people, they have their own problem to be going on? No, they are not interested in that now. They are not that kind of people, okay? So it's still the old player. The old player is still the one playing the game. Russia, China, that they are still the one playing the game.
Remy, are we not too divided in that country for them to exploit?
So that is why, as a country, what should be talking about is that how can we fix our problem locally?
That is what I'm also suggesting. That we should look at it.
You said they are coming. Who are coming?
No, Remy, what I'm trying to present before you is that we should look inward and look at our structure, because the way things are going, it's not good, to be honestly speaking. government, president alone can no longer do this issue. The kinetic system of our army and the rest cannot give us that security we want. And it's going to get worse the way I'm analyzing on my own. And if that continue to happen with the way these guys are trying to echo it, and they choose on their own to, they know what to do to pump an uprising. Before you know it, it's not bo for one side. Okay, people that want a country, they don't even have boundary. And you can't even sit down and talk with them. Can't they exploit that? And will you fold your hand? This is my worry.
But no, Midwest, I don't agree with what you're advocating for, because what you're advocating for is that in the face of justice, because that is what we've just experienced today, a judge has made a judgment that we should seek another political solution. I believe that the reason we are where we are is because of a knack for political solutions. We had a political solution in the Niger Delta. If we fail to take this opportunity with Nnamdi Kanu, we would not be able to resolve the issue of terrorism and banditry in the north. Because this opportunity then gives the federal government, okay, the leverage and to say, we want to apply universal justice. Anybody can get it. If you give Nnamdi Kanu a political solution, if you give Nnamdi Kanu a political solution today, in the future, a terrorist, one of the Boko Haram leaders, would seek the same solution.
I agree.
So we need to start looking at the reality that criminals can observe what we are doing. And criminals would then actually, because there's crime. Crime is crime. And let us see crime as crime.
No, crime is not crime. 1 second. Crime is not crime. And there's been unfairness in that country. Right now, Nigeria is under siege. We are afraid of the Islamists or some people in the north that they may rebel against what Tinubu may want to do. So it's not true.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
It's not true. Hold on. We are afraid. People like maybe Remy, Arrow, we don't want to say, let's call it what it is, because, we may upset or agitate some people. Hold on. We may upset or agitate some people in the north. See, it's quite clear with this kind of thinking or ratiocination that we are not going to have a solution to this terrorist kidnapping in that country. We're not going to have it. They can wake up any day and kidnap 200 little girls, 25 little girls here and there, burn churches and do this and that. And we are afraid to talk because we don't want to upset them. We may destroy the damn country. But the country will be destroyed anyway.
Who is we? I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. No. You can be afraid. I'm not afraid. Who are the we you're talking about?
I mentioned before that religious bigotry from both sides.
Me, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm worried as a Nigerian, and so on my own.
Remy, I think Prince is underestimating someone like Tinubu in a way when it comes to law and order. Really, one thing about
what I see is that there is
if you look at Tinubu's trajectory, once your case is
on both sides. And there's some people I mentioned this morning. No, let me finish. Sorry. I mentioned it this morning that there's some religious bigotry on both sides. And until maybe some Christian went to probably go to Muslim community and buy some Muslim, that's where they will be happy. And I can see that an average Nigerian like to exaggerate. About 250 people were abducted. During the school girls. Nigeria did not move on. Some of them were released. Some of them, they piled into captivity. It's an unfortunate event, but the country moved on.
No, Remy, you are mistaking something.
The country moved on. Have they brought anybody to justice? We move on. Of course, we move on.
No, please, you are making.
They move on like a country that have no value for human life, so they just continue like that.
We move on now. Everybody move on. Then we jump on Nnamdi Kanu's case. We move on.
Please. I think, to be honest with us, I think we are speaking from opinions and we're not doing a lot of research. If you notice I can't speak from Buhari's case, but from the advent of Tinubu's administration, especially with DSS and all of that, there have been a lot of convictions of high
Yes,
criminals. I
even
mean,
today, we also arrest
yes,
another 7 or 9
yes,
terrorists.
and yes. There is one that backed about 75 years, about 2 or 3 weeks back. But because those people are not using media to talk, those terrorists don't have followership, they don't have.
Sorry, who are they convicting? Sorry, hold on. Let's have the conversation. What are they
fellow Nigeria.
Bandits. They
Hold
are
on, guys.
convicting bandits.
Bandits and terrorists, yes. They are convicting them.
Fellow Nigeria.
We not even care for any news. We not care for news. What are you saying?
They don't have. They're not doing. That's BS, anyways. BS.
It's not
BS on that.
Please.
No. See, but you can convict these people, but they can't take it fight to them.
Ola,
They can't
please,
take it
prove
fight
me
to
wrong.
them.
You can.
Hold on. Listen, I'm not saying
you.
you're lying or disputing. I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm not saying you're lying or
Okay,
disputing.
what do you want?
But the reality is that they're not taking a fight to those people because
What?
they are
Wait,
afraid.
no, wait.
Afraid.
What fight? Wait. 2 months ago, the former CDS Musa and Rubadu, they were in Kaduna and they did a public presentation. They were showing videos. They've been bombing these people every single day. They are bombing. They are doing all sorts.
Yes,
exactly. They will not see it now. They won't see
Let me see the number of videos. El-Rufai listed the number of bandits that they have acquired. He listed it. The guy was talking for almost 5 minutes, listing their names. For almost 5 minutes straight, all he was doing was listing names of the bandits that they acquired. With picture.
Listen. Hold on.
How would they know their name? How would they know their name?
From the ambassador, let me land, please. From the ambassador that's trying to look good on television and nitpicking on somebody, pronouncing things wrong from a different country, that kind of uselessness we're talking about. But anyway, the point is that are you saying now that we have a plan in place whereby a solid plan that is to eradicate this terrorism, this Islamists in the northern part of the country? Are you saying we have that right now? Or we just randomly bombing?
No, they've just been dancing. No, the Nigerian army has just been dancing around in circles for God knows how many decades, chasing Boko Haram up and down. No, they're just holding on to their blockers up there. Of course, they're doing something.
They are really. Hold on. No, you want to be smart. So they do something, but they've been doing something for the past damn decade, as you said, and nothing is being done. That's why they kidnapping.
You can say they failed. You can say they are failed. You can say they are failed. You can say they are failed in several
It is not damn failure. It's not failure. Don't deceive yourself.
But you can't don't come around.
Failure is that? It is not failure.
Do you know how many young?
It is not failure. Your line is breaking up. Hold on, your line is breaking up. You need to get it.
Unless you know what I can say from Prince that
it is.
He wants revenge.
Yes, now so what's wrong with revenge?
Your family members are not being quiet. Hold on, your family members are not being quiet. So we can talk and we can be in America, London, and Finland, and we're running our mouths. Your family members not being kidnapped. Your little girls are not being pied in your community. I mean, you don't have your threshold for that pain is so far from reality.
Please, Daddy, stop pontificating. We know you don't care about it. You just have a position.
Exactly.
We don't care.
Of course, you can say that. That's why you say Nigeria is a wonderful job for the past damn freaking decade, but nothing's been done. Just a couple of days ago, they kidnapped.
I didn't say that. Hey, don't say that nonsense. I didn't say they're doing a wonderful job because I did say just now that they are failing. But I said they are doing something. And I wouldn't stand there and say they are doing nothing, given that lots of young men and women in the Nigerian Armed Forces and the civilian JTF have paid with their price fighting.
Exactly.
Now you might say that as a country and as an organization we have failed, but you cannot dismiss the effort of those individuals.
See, now let's say I don't want to get emotional about people serving their country, and we're not talking bad about common.
Of course you wouldn't. You never served. You never served. You're probably a draft dodger yourself. You're probably a draft dodger yourself. So what would you know about that?
No. I'm sorry.
I think I don't understand. What do you?
Hold on, Remy. Let me have a conversation. Just briefly. I don't talk a lot. Let me just talk. Okay, Aro doesn't respond. So we're not talking about the people that are sacrificing their life. We're talking about the common officers or the military people, putting their lives on the line. We're not talking about that. those people are being tied to, for no damn reason, if you ask me, because of failed leadership. And by the way, not because the leadership is failed, it's because the leadership is compromised, and they don't mind sacrificing the people and the military officers at any time. They don't care about that. So we have a big problem of an institution that's been hijacked, that is super corrupt, that is the military we're talking about, that is taking advantage of the whole thing. I've said it before that what in the Nigerian army, the institution has become a cash cow. It's all about making money. They don't care about people being fired left and right and people being kidnapped. They don't care about that. I mean, I sympathize with the military, the officers that are being fired also, but we have a big problem in our hand, and people like I don't want to accept that.
Please, Daddy. Please, Daddy. Earlier today, this morning, we already discussed that, and I already said that. I mean, without any doubt, okay, without any equivocation, I said that very clearly this morning. Several individuals were present when I said that. In fact, when Mr. Remy was I was so critical of Tinubu and his social and his political decisions lately that Mr. Remy was telling me that it's very unusual. Some people called me that I'm speaking from both sides of my mouth. But I'm saying that, number one, I know you're a draft dodger. I know that for a fact. And they don't need to start pretending over here and pontificating to us like you care, because I know that you not care. Your only position is your position is from your Pentecostal and your what they call this American brand of funny Christians, like that. What's the name of that pedophile?
Going ad hominem and laying accusation without no basis. You call me a draft dodger.
You sound like a draft dodger.
I'm a draft dodger.
You sound like someone that would dodge the draft if the opportunity came for you. You probably say, yeah, you have a bad back, you have a bad leg, or you have an ankle in your, something funny. You say you have a bone spur or something. But all I'm saying is, you sound like a draft dodger.
For whatever it's worth, believe it or not, my sister was just retired by Buhari as the rank above brigadier general. I think it was major general.
It doesn't matter. Your sister, not you.
My uncle was in a rear admiral, really all the way to the rank in the Navy. So I have a family of credentialed military people in that country. So you can call me draft dodger without even knowing my background at all.
Prince Daddy, those individuals, are they called Prince Daddy? No, they are not. You are a draft dodger.
Allow me.
You are a draft dodger.
Hold on. Were you in the military or are you in the military? Are you a reservist? What are you?
Those individuals served with merit. You didn't. Okay?
Are you a military? Are you in the military, Ara? Hold on. Remy, are you in the military yourself, Ara? Or were you in the military? What were you?
No.
Okay.
Why do you want to know? Why do you care? But I wouldn't drop it. I won't dodge the draft. You sound like a draft dodger to me. That's all I know. I'm very convinced about that.
He's the Royal Marine.
It's not.
All right, it's been fun this morning or this afternoon.
The soft-spoken Prince Daddy.
No, Prince Daddy. I think I'm not saying.
Go ahead.
I'm not. If we look at it objectively, we are not saying Tinubu is doing fantastic well in the area of security. There have been a lot of lags, no doubt about that. But in the real sense of it, you cannot say that looking at the statistics and the convictions that they've not convicted more terrorists in the north than the south. Even if you look at the statistics from Tinubu's administration, from 2 years ago, you see that they've secured more convictions for terrorists in the north compared to south. Why we are saying the one for south is because the person is prominent and the case is prominent. So all of that.
So Arise TV cannot witness those kind of persecutions and play it out for Nigerians to see where they try them. Those trials.
Exactly.
Yeah. What of them to broadcast it?
And the names are not resonating with us because they are bearing something. So the names don't stick to your memory because you are a South.
You know why they are doing it? You know why they are doing it? When they sentence them from backdoor, they set them free, and that is why.
No,
they are not actually persecuted. My brother, those people have been enjoying the privilege of protection for their elite. That's why we're in this mess. And in most cases, they treat them with soft glove. They pay them heavily.
No, true.
Before you know it, they will start negotiating with them Just look at one of the states. He said they can no longer fund this kind of money that I used to service these people every month.
No, without
Nigerians were not going.
Wait, let me concede to what you're saying. That when Buhari was there, he did that. Do you think the Tinubu will know he will do that? Don't let's be objective with ourselves. Tinubu,
look at the complexity. Look at the complexity of the country. Sometimes the state governor can grant his own pardon. Whether Tinubu is there or not.
No, listen. I like to have a conversation. There are capital offenses, federal offenses, there are state-backed offenses. So terrorism is not a state offense, it's a federal offense and it's a capital offense, right? So are you saying that Tinubu is going to constitute a state governor to pardon a terrorist that has been convicted?
Okay, wait. I'm a little bit confused here. I can't remember one state precisely from the north recently. I think the governor complained and he was taking care for terror repentant ones. Who grant those ones their pardon? Is it not the state authority?
Okay. Now,
I don't know, because for me, I'm a little bit confused, but I just want education about that. Because the guy was running it and he fed up.
No, sis, let's categorize this.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Hold on, let's categorize this thing. There are terrorists that were not arrested in the act, and they were terrorists. They dropped their arms. They were not arrested. They were integrated into society. There were terrorists that were caught in the act. They were killed. There were terrorists they got in the act. They arrested them and they arraigned them and they convicted them. So in this case, which one are you asking after? Is it the ones that the small bandits that they've not caught them in the act, but they've been informants?
From your explanation, you said anything that had to do with terrorism is something that have to do with FENDRA. So that's where I was confused. Banditry, that's where I was confused, because most of these guys as well that were with state governor, some of them are bandits, some of them are, all those carrying arms and doing all sorts of things, kidnapping and buying people. So I don't know why the state government were protecting them, who gave them those power. This is what I don't understand,
Okay, but you know that.
Please, I want to ask Simba one question. Simba, are you there?
No, I don't know. I don't think Simba is there.
Uncle Simba, are you there? No, I just he said something to me that they've called those people that perpetrated that Eruku.
Yes, I've seen it.
Is it true? So
yes.
What about those people they took away? Were they able to take them back?
No, they've not showed. I didn't see the clip, but I saw the clip of those boys that they used that attacked the churches. They've arraigned them. They went they tried attacking the vigilantes. So the vigilantes had to come back, then gather arms again. They went to face them. All those boys are young boys.
What about the abducted church member or something?
They've not brought them back. But I think they will just subject them to investigation. But when the picture I'm seeing, we have a crisis in our hand. Those guys are young folks, and the way I see it, you don't need 500,000 to motivate them. Those boys that I'm seeing, 20,000, 30,000.
Are those the people being convicted? Are those the little one that the DSS or whatever is arresting and convicting them?
No. Yes. So the thing is, this is where DSS works. They have the commanders, right? When they go and they grab one thing about this terrorism.
Allow me, guys, 1 second. See, if you get, one of the definitions of fascism is the what you call it? It's the strict regimentation of the resources of a state for war. And the reason why I brought it up to say that, look, I think we're dealing with this banditry, this terrorism, Islamic stuff with kids' gloves. Let's arrest them, take them to court and convict them, all this BS stuff. It's because we're not taking things seriously. We are not. I don't think we are. The level of seriousness is not. Listen. We need to go to war. Hold on. We need to go to war against these people. A real war, not through the damn. Sometimes you have to suspend the legal process in order to solve a real problem at hand, which we have right now.
Ola, Remy, sorry, just a minute. In a constitutional democracy, things are not work like that. Let me tell you something.
Oh no, I beg the American and British that give us that damn democracy. They do the damn same thing. We can deploy the military at any time. They want to.
Please listen to me out first. First, number one is it's sad, but it's true. Most of those guys are Nigerians. Their enablers are Nigerians. I mean Nigerians. Secondly, is that yes, when they have a kinetic, when they engage them kinetically, some people die, and they are actually, some people lay down their arms and they arrest them. For instance, if they arrest a high terrorist commander, even when you bring him under the law, he has rights to lawyers to stand for him and also, put up a defense for him. Of course, they have lawyers that, okay, you don't have a lawyer, can we engage the service of a lawyer, and the lawyer will stand in for him for trial. So the court will still have to weigh his evidences and your evidences before they pass judgment. So it's not that we see it on the spot and we kill you. Then also DSS takes them in for them to extract information about the next move, and you know something, that they are sleeper cells. All of this terrorist organization, they have informants, they have people that their own is just to go into societies. They have all these petty jobs like security men, like shoemaking. They'll be the one giving facts back to, okay, we have high constituted of high net worth individuals around, we can kidnap and all that. They are informants. There are people that are feeding them, that they are suppliers, they have vendors, like to give them food because they eat. It's an economy. It's not, you are looking at it like they're just surviving. No, it's an economy. There are a lot of Nigerians even doing legal business that are enabling that act of terrorism. For instance, they have suppliers, they have people selling food to them, they have people selling clothing to them, they have people doing a lot of things for them, even buying properties for them. From some of them, it's just that because you are thinking of, okay, they don't have any life and all of that. Who told you? They are buying properties, they are doing a lot of things, and they have enablers. They have enablers. So imagine somebody, that's why you see that today they will say they arrest a gun runner, they arrest people that are supplying them food, they arrest people that are driving to them to give them food and all the basic needs, medicine and all of that. You see, have we ever asked ourselves, when these people are injured, how do they treat themselves? That means they have medical professionals that help them out for surgery and all of that. They have medical, well-trained professionals within the Nigerian community that go to their space to treat them. So it has become an economy that has a lot of enablers. So the strategy is not, for me, the effective strategy is not to focus on the smaller ones, grown runner. Yes, you can focus on them, but the commanders have more information about how the economy is running, where they get their funding, how they get their funding. Imagine now, I can't imagine now they're on social media. They're even doing live recording of, war engagements. That means they are advanced. They are not dull as we think. I don't know, but they are even more advanced than our military. I'm sorry. Look at the brigade that they
My brother, to be honestly speaking, this is not, with the way we are fighting, nobody's going to win this kind of war. Tinubu will not win it. But the only way Tinubu can win is just to seize this moment, look at Nigeria's structure very well, and take a bold move. Let the Northerners feel their problem. Let Southeast feel their people. Let other people feel their own. We don't go back to those regional frontiers. If we don't do,
Nigeria, it will take more than 1.5 years. That is just the
you don't need that anymore. With state of emergency and executive, consult with people, let them go.
State of emergency in all the northern part of the country, right?
You said what?
This is a continual democracy. It's not just like that.
We continue. When we were compared 1990 dates, with the number of diaspora we have today, with the knowledge they have, if we were to be having it like 99 and we are opportunity to return back home, we will transfer that country.
Yes, are you even if Nigeria is super good, are you ready to go home? Not everybody will go home.
See, my dear brother, I keep on saying it here. For example, what I used to see when I was young, like my community, if you have 1 acre of yam, nobody will steal your yam. Nobody go there and root your cassava. Nobody steal your plantain.
The mistake.
I'm going somewhere. Take for example, wait now, I go to my village today with 1 tractor. I will change their life. I'm telling you. But the problem is, if I go today,
Generation
Wait,
upon generation changes.
if I go today, there is that tendency that when you farm, somebody who can just root your cassava. Let me give you one of my friend. He open a farm yam. You know, you need to cut yam and plant. This guy planted this yam. He was waiting for them to germinate. He keep on waiting. He said, "Let me check what is happening." When he checked, the yams were no longer there. The yam he cut half. Somebody took all of them.
Look, let me tell you something. Generation upon generation have changed over the years. Unfortunately, we do not continue with the orientation that you had when you are little or young. Things have changed all over the world. Even the so-called developed country we are here, do you think they are also satisfied with their younger people? Everything is not like it used to be. Even here, they are being overstretched with benefits. And they are cutting
anyway, I agree with you, Remy, because they complain as well when they see their daughter, their son.
They are cutting
They
it
are so worried.
They are cutting it massively. The problem we have is that orientation, Nigeria forget it. Because of that, and then the system, we glorify corruption. We do not talk about merit. It's not about merit based anymore. During the long time ago, it's about merit based, it's about good orientation, but now, none of that. And because of advent of technology too, the advent of technology have also changed the world. You can see younger people, because of entertainment and the rest, they want to get money as quickly as possible.
Let me put this one.
You are still fighting with JAM to go to university. But now at 16 years old, they're already in the university. By 20 they are done.
Remy, let me put this one. If you go back home, the most painful aspect of it, they are the governors. And when you look at the way these people are being disconnected with people they pretend to be so connected to.
So who do we blame?
Where?
Is it not the people?
Where?
The people, that's what I'm trying to tell
We
you.
don't even have plan for them. They will just be deceiving them that if we do it this way, we create 20,000 jobs. Somebody is saying he's going to create 20,000 jobs from artifact and country bringing them, put the whole Europe together. I don't think people working in museums up to 25,000.
No, the total population of Nigerian civil servants, including the federal government and state government, they are not up to 1.5 million people. Total people in the civil service.
I believe so.
So what are we talking here? Most of the states, some they don't even have to. Some they don't even have up to 200,000 people. The total working.
And they don't care. And even the ones they have, if you see the way they pay them, if you see the way they pay these guys,
I don't blame them. I blame Nigerian people because Nigerian people too fixated on the center. Everything is the president.
I mean, you always say that blame the Nigerian people. We had a discussion before. You can't blame people when they don't know any better. Okay, you can't just blame them.
You are trying to tell me that the literacy level is low, or they are just ordinary gullible people, or what?
Well, when it comes to knowing your politics, local politics, or how the structure of our politics works, and how to divulge power or responsibility, rather, we don't know any better. We don't know any better, and we'll be conditioned to look to the.
Are you trying to tell me that the electorate in America, they are as gullible as Nigeria electorate too? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, they can be, absolutely. They can be. Yeah, but we live in a country whereby many times
for them to see what you guys did now. So that means it's the same thing.
No, but the thing I will say is that the difference between I will say America and them is that in America those guys don't have access to the money, the fund, the way ours have.
The government
American fund,
not just them funds that come to the states. The government is not the revenue collector.
Yeah, they just have the information. They have the web.
You cannot compare and contrast. This is America with a good institution over the years.
No, my brother, which one be institution? Don't we have enough university to train graduates? We don't know the meaning. We don't know the value.
I'm not talking about university. I'm talking about the great institution like their their democracy.
I understand what you are saying. In those institutions,
super good.
Remy,
so nobody can just come and turn it around like that.
Remy, when I say universities, I mean those institutions, people who work there, they are qualified people, well-trained people. That's why I brought in university. What I mean is this: they know what they want, and they put those structures. They put those structures in place, and they train their people in all various higher place of institutions, and they employ them. But in our own case, just imagine from Abuja, you just want to give the money of a state to one governor. How he spend it, you don't even care to know. My brother, they have to work on our structure. We have to be honest. Nigerians are very great people. It is this structure that is destroying everything.
The major difference is that state resources are being controlled by each state. And because you have people of that state, they want to know what you are using the resources of the state before they even voted for you. You have to have a good plan. How do you get the money to turn around this state? If this state is poor, how do you want it to make better? So that's what
Which country are you talking about? Nigeria, or you talking about America, or where you live?
I'm giving
Let me
American,
understand you.
I'm giving American as an example. So because each state control the resources, but still they still pay a little money to the federal government.
I think America and Europe may be even, but I think this guy can correct me. The truth is this: every state where I live, even my local government, they control their resources. I agree with that. But when you are controlling your resources, wait now, Remy, let me quickly put this one, because this is very, very important. And I think as well it happens. Huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah. The thing is, when you are controlling your resources, it does not give you access to the fund. The institution you are still going to use, one way or the other, they are all integrated. So to the federal level, if you are moving money, there must be a record from your state to the federal. And this enables everybody.
Have you ever seen the state structure of a state before? It's the same thing in Nigeria. Let me give an example.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Listen. Each state collects federal allocation, and those allocations, the signatory to that is the Commissioner of Finance of each state. It does not that money just go to the pocket of a state government. It's not that way. And when the state governor wants to pay money for whatever, they always raise a kind of paper, and it has to go through a lot of processes before they sign the money out. It's not that he is just saying, give these people 100 million. No, it's not that way. They are still following that. But the only problem we have is that some of these projects are highly inflated. Okay? And the bad part of it is that
wait now, one governor just go market, go dash people million. Now that kind of country, now they talk say that they follow process. I don't know.
Let me tell you something. For example, if they say, "Oh, I, Governor blah 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 of Edo State, I'm donating 100 million," do you think the following day they just give the 100 million like that? Sometimes they might not even give. It's just a word of mouth. Sometimes by the time they give, it takes a long time. I'm not saying that it's not so easy like that. They must have to be paper trail. That is why sometimes.
Are you saying there's no corruption? What are you saying, Remy?
No,
what are you talking about?
I'm saying I've already said it. I said it's
so
over.
In other words, you say all the funds are accounted for. Hold on. You say all the money they spend is accounted for. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to tell you is that
Remy is a civil servant. I've noticed that he defends everything.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that where there is corruption, but they overinflated the figure to the extent that, and these are party, but there is books for it. But if you're a good accountant or a good auditor, you can see it. It's easy. But that is why some of these governors were able to arrest them after their tenure and then charge them to. But unfortunately, because of the judicial system in Nigeria and the constitution, they just get a good son that can look at the technicality of everything. Most of these people are using technicality to escape this what they have done when they are governor of that state. There is huge corruption going on here. I'm not saying there is no, but I'm trying to tell you, even with that, they still have paper trail. And if
you love your corrupt people, you love them.
No, I'm not saying I love them. I'm just telling you the truth of what transpires.
No, you are not saying it. I'm just telling you that you love them. That's the pattern.
No, I don't love them. Why should I love them?
So, they have the paper trail? Hold on, Remy. Don't defend yourself. Do they have the paper trail to see how many schools they're building, how many hospitals, how they're improving the roads and all these things? You know, you make it sound
although it might sound a little somehow, I always use the example of where my people are living in Lagos State, and I see visible development there because the people in that place, they are not docile. they will speak out. They will go and meet their representative. This is what we want, and they always get it. But in other states of Nigeria, people kept quiet. They don't care. It's like I don't care.
Remy, see, the problem we have in Nigeria, number one, the way we do business, it enable this governor to inflate the cost of their expenditure.
And the way Remy love is corrupt people.
I don't think Remy love them anyway. I don't think Remy, I don't agree that Remy love them. And but the thing is,
I don't
have you ever seen Remy not to defend government before and it's corrupt people? Remy love
I'm
them.
not defending anybody. I'm saying the truth
like
here. I look at things objectively. I'm not here just to be because I don't like that person. Then I will run my mouth.
No. So, okay, Remy. The question, guys, how do we hold these governors responsible? Is the question. Remy can tell us all the great things about how they do their funding or how they spend the money. The question is, how do we hold these governors responsible? Is the main thing, really.
That's a very good question. That is why I'm trying to talk about citizen engagement. Citizens should also have a right to ask questions. Most of the civil activists or activists in Nigeria, they are not pursuing the right thing. What they should be pursuing is how this institution work in each of these states. How do they spend money? Sometimes you don't need to take the governor to court. What about the commissioner of finance? What about the commissioner of agriculture? They don't have immunity. You can take them to court. You have freedom of what do you call it? Help me here. You have freedom of to ask for information. Freedom of what? I forgot it. So you can ask information.
Freedom of information. Now you can to request for those bills. Right?
You can even take them to court. You don't need to go to the governor. Take those one below them. But unfortunately, the problem we're having is that literacy level in Nigeria is very low. And most Nigeria, they don't always bother themselves.
Remy, after someone have asked, I think the following day, the man that have immunity will go and get that person arrested. So is that how to ask somebody?
I don't know about that. Maybe your state government is doing like that.
The person you are asking, he has immunity. You can't even arrest him. You can't even prosecute him.
If a lot of people are doing like that in Nigeria, how many people would they arrest? So what I'm trying to say is that people must also engage in their local politics, on their local affairs. You cannot just fold your hands and thinking, okay, they didn't do our road, they didn't do this, they didn't do that.
I mean, people are interested, and why they are interested is to be like those guys, just to have their own cake. That's all.
So that means the society is bastardized already. People are only how to line their pocket. So that means
as we speak today, in my own place, even the social media, they have a jacket.
So
they give them money.
So what you are trying to say, why are you not building your leaders when there's no difference between leadership and followership? Leaders are terrible.
Look, the reason is because the leaders were not willing to hold people accountable, and people are now emulating it. You know, corruption is the easiest thing. And it's very sweet. Once you are used to it, it don't work, and you are super rich.
Midwest, if we must tell ourselves the truth, we black people, we have problem, big problem.
I don't have problem, but what do you mean?
You have.
What?
Allah, you have a big problem. You have a big problem.
It's more candy to you now. You will say you
go and make Allah the Minister of Science and Technology.
According to Remy, Dr. Psychiatrist Remy, you have a big problem, so
yeah. I like praise that because I know it's a very cool.
Let me tell you something. If I were in a position that I will embezzle public fund, forget it. It's not going to happen. But will I? Hold on. I will not embezzle public. Yes, that's not true. That's not true.
You will be afraid.
Baba, do you know my recurrent expenditure?
No. Let me tell you. Ola, I support you. The way I see Ola talking, Ola will never embezzle, but he will lose.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Jesus Christ of Nazareth? No, I won't. Let me tell you one thing. I will be more of Ashiwaju more than this thing. let me tell you one thing. I will create a value.
Now,
You see
of
the
course,
value
you
I
will
create.
create value, yeah,
Hold on, no, listen. The value that I will create, I will never take myself out of that value chain, except there's a constitution or law that back it up. Look at it this way now. If I create a multi-billion investment, you understand, there's tendency that I will create anything legal loophole for myself to be able to buy into that. You understand? No, that is it legal? That's why I keep telling you something. I will separate legality from.
Corruption works now. Find it.
Hold on, no. You see, you may call it corruption, but as long as I cannot be convicted for it,
Okay, let me throw
it,
this question to you.
hold on. You can call it abuse of office. You can brandish your morality. You understand? Anything, even you call it immoral, as long as it is legal, as long as I cannot be jailed, I cannot be sentenced for it, I will do it. I'm a businessman.
A quick question. Let's assume you are the Minister of Works and Housing in Ekiti State now, and then there's a lot of projects to be done, and then your wife that have a duly registered company in Ekiti can vie for that kind of contract or project. And probably maybe when she says the idea to your team, you think, oh, that's a good idea, but there's a conflict of interest. It's your wife. Are you going to give the contract or not?
The question is this: I will first of all look like it. Can I be convicted for it? Is it legal? If I consult lawyer, hold on, no, Fiarabale. Can I be convicted for it? Yes or no? If I cannot be convicted, okay. Now I have 10 of them presented something, and if my wife happened to be the best of all options, and I gave to her, so what's the problem?
So do you think you have a problem? The issue now is this.
Leave story.
What I'm trying to say
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something now. Look at hold on. Let me base this scenario. Remy is giving me something, and what Remy is giving me is going to be returning, let's say, 5 billion to the government. My wife is giving me something. The one my wife is giving me will be returning about 40 billion to the government, but it's my wife. So will I say, because I don't want you to see me as being having conflict of interest, I will go for that of 5 billion, but that one of my wife that can return 40 billion, I will. I beg.
Ola, if I make, Ora, make us
in Canada, hold on, you will continue Midwest. In Canada, a mother employ a daughter, and nothing happened.
Even look at America during the first time of Donald Trump. There was a lot of his children holding important position. Okay, only this time I didn't see his children or maybe son-in-law or whatever in-law holding.
No, I think those, I don't know. You know, this America Canada model. Europeans don't tolerate it to some levels, because I live,
it will be a big scandal here. No, they won't.
Yeah, because like in Sweden, take for example someone in position of the governor of my region want to award a contract. What they do is this: they don't even award contract. They approve that this project must start. And there are so many institutions that have to be involved when it comes to like construction and everything, because environment have to do their paperwork. All those people, local government and all of them. When it now comes to the awarding of the contract, they are not the one in charge. There is a different institution that will put that bid in there, and those conditions will be very clear.
Yeah. The beauty of the Scandinavia is that
the bidding,
government just do their checks and balances.
See, let me tell you something about Nigeria.
Everything is private, okay?
In Nigeria,
they throw it for bidding for private companies, and
hold on. In Nigeria, we're exaggerating. Someone saying in Europe they won't do that. Let me tell you one thing. Associated dealing. They are the one they just resolved in EPL. You understand? You okay? You have a company A, company B, but normally you are supposed to give your kind of a bidding to the general public. But because you have another company that can do that thing, you understand? You are now selling the asset of your company, you understand, to another company within your business, which they consider as you said, dealing. Initially, EPA tried to take that thing out. They voted it against. So the thing is this. No, the thing is this. There's something the way we see corruption in our own case, we exaggerate some things. But you have to look at something that is legal. Because
let me tell you,
in most cases, we just
I agree with you, because legal is what people agree upon how to do it.
Let me tell you how some Asian people run their business here. They are very smart people. You know what they do? For example, let's say Ola and Hai and Prince Daddy, we are from the same country, from the same region. We have a restaurant business. This year, Ola will be the face of that restaurant. You will not see me there, and you will not see Prince Daddy there. If we come there, we just come to eat. So at the end of the year, Ola might declare bankruptcy. So in order to hide his profit. So when he declared bankruptcy, I will not come on board to buy that business from you. I will run that business, and then after 1 year, I also do the same. Then Prince Daddy will come. So they just continue to, that way, they keep their profit, and they also pay little tax at the end of the day. It's a very crafty way of doing business. So if you are talking
let me tell you something. Do you know why billionaires? Do you know why billionaires are billionaires? It's just because they don't want to look moral. They don't want to look moral to you. They just want to be business. They do things according to the rules of the business. So what you are saying, are you supposed to do it like that? The first question you know is this: what's the rule of the engagement? What's the rule of the business? If you get a lawyer, and your lawyer told you that, okay, you can do this, just follow. You know that even if anybody woke up from the wrong side of the bed tomorrow, if they took you to the court, nothing will happen to you. So you always look at the legal. Don't come and
that is why I said the way you guys do your things there, in our side they can't try it, because it will create a lot of scandal, a lot of problems.
Midwest, we are getting something.
Midwest, that is not true. Probably is not even look at all the rules of your engagement. If a billionaire today, billionaires, there's no billionaire you just open there. If you open there in Yash, you go find shit there. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, what to call
no, I'm just talking about, the awarding of contract. That area is what I'm trying to speak to. Because if they want to
even at that area of there, when they bid, sometimes they also influence one way or the other.
No, see where they influence. See the influence where they, why they know they get problem. It is already defined. For example, a contract is coming out, they will not add clause to it. Okay, companies that is short of volume of job like this, they are the one that will get it. They already had law to it, and that means
so that means they already segregate them. There are some that are
see why they do this. Let me give you an example. That encourage most of the giants. Every country has some giant construction company. You will see them, they decide to open office across the country because the government want them to create jobs. When they are doing this, it gave them leverage. So for example, now when they are giving, they will say, they understand that their branch in the north is having problem, not really getting people, or maybe people are there, they are not working. All these factors, they already capture them because they have good data. So they can add this. It's so open to them. This clause, this one, that one. Sometimes those giant companies, they are the real people that own the country. There is a back door they can say, go and add this to it so they can grab it. And everybody will come solve for them.
What I think is that those established ones, at the end of the day, they can create a kind of opportunity for a smaller company that is just coming up.
My brother, no, that's why we have sub company everywhere. Now some people is just a plumber.
That's what is happening. But all those big ones, those big established ones, they still get it. But all those smaller ones, they can just give them some small, like for example, I know a guy that has a company here that is like cutting off trees, a finished guy, blah, blah, blah. This year, he might get a lot of contract. The following year, it might be another story. So it's not easy. So, but whatever, he will get something to do, but maybe not enough. But some year, he will get a lot of things. It also depends on so many other factors. But that factor, you will not really know. Because here, we have language barrier. Because we cannot speak, and they will not allow you. Because these people now, they are very neatly closed somehow. They are not that kind of Western youth that are open-minded. They want to hang out with you. No, here, no, it's individualistic. They don't even want trouble. They don't even want you to touch them. They might play with you.
It's a self society where mind your business, I mind my own, those kind of stuff.
So how many of us in this?
It make it very boring.
Sometimes you might walk if you decide to take a walk. You might walk for 30, 45 minutes. You might not see somebody on the road. It's so quiet.
Remy, you live in a racist society, but you like to point
I'm
fingers.
No. I'm not saying they are racist or please.
Well, what do you call them?
They are individualistic. So they don't like to. This is their culture. It's very.
Thank you, Remy, for that word. Yeah, that's the actual word to describe them. Not that they hate you.
Yeah.
Don't trouble me. I don't trouble you.
If you okay. No, you have to live in a society that's willing to reach out. In America, there's a lot of talking about reaching out to different communities and whatnot to integrate. So to you, being in isolation or being individualistic is ideal. You don't want to blame them, but you want to blame America for this and that.
No, see, Remy, there's also a way out. There's also a way out. You can join a group. Remy, you can join if you have time. You join Facebook group where they meet in bar, where they meet there. That one is allowed in our place.
No. These people they drink too much. No, I don't like it. It's just.
Daddy, you have to look at the weather.
They only allow virtual meetings. They don't like you in person.
No. We can meet. I can meet, but I don't want too much of.
Prince Daddy, you have to look at it from a perspective.
No, they are not like that. They meet people. They meet people, but they don't meet people like that. That's just the problem.
Listen, I meet people. What I'm just trying to say is that when you live in a country like this, you also get used to this kind of system, like be alone by yourself. Because when you go to the bar, it's like you are drinking to stupor, and I don't like it. Then people start misbehaving anyhow. I'm not that type. So, Prince Daddy, do you drink? Prince Daddy.
Remy, he will not answer that. He will not answer that question. He's a FIPAC alcoholic.
Why are you asking a pastor that kind of question? I beg you, my pastor.
No, he's a FIPAC alcoholic. Don't ask him that question.
Yes,
you already know this. He's a FIPAC alcoholic.
Oh,
bloody alcoholic.
Yes, he drinks. So yes,
a very indecent.
I wrote this morning. It's incredible.
A very indecent alcoholic.
I'm a what do you call it? A draft dodger alcoholic. Okay, I got it.
No, you see, Prince Daddy. You see, these people deny this insecurity and denying this. People don't make insecurity in Nigeria is happening. Why is that? What the hell is that for? People be keeping Nigeria to a fact. I'm telling you to deny the bullshit. Timber failed. I don't give a crap. Timber failed. What's going on? People being killed, maybe kidnapped in Nigeria. Enough with this shit.
Killing we?
So,
Prince Daddy can translate.
What is the time? People being killed in Nigeria. Enough. Come on. Enough with this shit. People being killed in Nigeria. Enough. So defending undefensible. People being killed in Nigeria. Prince Daddy is white. I'm sorry to say this. In my whole guys, enough.
Okay, let's move on because we didn't.
Well, that's right. And see, there's no need to. I'm not compelled to divulge any personal information on woman's platform.
No, just
but
on
if people want to make accusation, that is fine.
Note. See, I've met some what do you call them, Catholic priest before when I was in Enugu, and I was shocked. He brought out a gin, and then we break cola, and this cola we had to eat with it's a Igbo tradition. We have to eat with pepper, spicy pepper, and I was like, oh my god, priest drinking beer or something like that, gin and beer. Then later they understand.
Anglican bishop that they drink.
I don't know that priests also can drink like that now, and they do drink alcohol. So I think it's okay. So if you are doing that, I don't know whether you are Catholic or whatever. There's no big deal in it. I know you are not the type that.
No. I say I've not come to this platform for approval from anybody for sure. You guys should know that by now.
No.
The notion that nobody can listen. I have my own voice. Nobody can assassinate my character, so I take everything in jest and move on. It's not a big deal at all. But again, I'm not compelled to divulge any information. To me, it's water under the bridge. No big deal.
Pressuring you to do that. But the point about it is that because you are soft spoken.
No, Prince Daddy. Simple question. Do you drink? Yes, you drink. You drink water. What's the
Prince
big
Daddy,
deal?
are you not a
It's the
pastor?
question.
Why not just
Do you
open
drink?
up? How are we going to
Drink
learn?
water.
No. Because the impression in the most people's, including me, is that before I thought Prince Daddy was just this super easygoing guy, a little bit.
So is it not super easy going? Is it not easy going?
No. Let me finish. Religious and something like that. But until the time of that election between Trump, that is when I now know this is real. It was like forceful. You know, out. I was surprised. I was thinking, oh my God, this gentle guy just come out this way.
Remy, Prince Daddy is Remy, Prince Daddy is easy going.
Because you may not be wrong about your profile about me, but who told you that I'm dispassionate? I can't show emotion. I can't be passionate about something.
Yeah, no, you are cold as ice.
That particular guy, that I was like, oh my God, people have. I was like, is it a double personality or something?
Mr. Ola is easygoing. It's just easygoing by God. Is a religious fanatic. Is an alcoholic.
I don't think he's an alcoholic.
And he's a draft. And to compound it, is a draft dodger. To compound it all.
Only one person. Wow, that's a big one. Only one person with all those titles. That's good. That's a good one. That means I'm a champion. That's what you're trying to tell me. I'm a champion.
I figured you out. You can deceive all these people. You cannot deceive me.
Interesting.
At the end of the day, I love all people. To me, again, it's water under the bridge. I love all people. I like to treat people fairly as much as possible, and I can't condemn anybody. But when I see these injustices around me, I'll speak up. The problem is that you've not seen me. I think you guys not heard me talk about Christians. For example, how I despise certain Christians or the practice of Christianity. And newsflash, do you know at one point in time, I think I said here before, I wanted to convert to a Muslim, but Jesus Christ would not let me, quite frankly, because I bored.
Well, Jesus Christ holding on to your garments. What do you mean by Jesus Christ won't let you?
I think it's just plain out.
No, it's true. I'm not trying to be funny, but you just because I look at the practice from my own perspective, right? The practice of Christianity, and I saw a lot of abuses and not like it doesn't still happen in today's world. It does happen, but I saw a lot of abuses, and I saw the need or the affinity or the propensity for materialistic things and talking about wealth and this and that. And I look at the Islamic religion, or rather the Muslim religion. Of course, I grew up in Yoruba land, right? I have Muslim family members and friends that are Muslims, good friends for that matter, up to now. And the way I perceive them, they like to be they look more pious, so to speak, and more spiritual. They're more concerned about the religion and what they do, from what I see from the Christian side. So I'm like, well, why not? I think I'm a rational human being for the most part. Let me explore this religion. And by the end of the day, I'm glad I did not because I condemn the Islamic religion or nothing, but the reason I'm saying that is that, look, I thank God sometimes what God has given the ability to think, the wisdom for a lot of things. I synthesize the whole thing. And I like, damn, the problem here is not Christianity. It is the practice of Christianity by the practitioners of the Christianity, our so-called Jews and pastors. Those are the problem. So it allowed me to go into the word, into the book itself. And I know that, hey, I'm not condemned. I can go directly to God through Jesus Christ. And I don't have any problem with people. People can practice religion, Christianity, the way, whatever way they want it. But, but at the end of the day, they're not.
You mentioned the geo and the parallel are the problem. So that means you are not so comfortable with Pentecostals.
Not in entirety, but let me point. My point here is that, look, at the end of the day, when I tell people about Christianity or Jesus Christ, I tell them, look, if you love your pastor today, don't be surprised or be dejected and say you want to change your religion because your pastor gripped somebody. Because your damn pastor is another human being. There's nothing special about your damn pastor. We are all human beings at the end of the day. We all can fall by the wayside. Concentrate on your God. Jesus Christ.
So,
Okay.
Prince Daddy, can I ask you one question? What do you think of Jim Baker? Jim Baker, the televangelist. What do you think of him?
It's another human being that has fallen by the wayside, and he can redeem himself. He's not condemned. Nobody can condemn anybody. So, if he's come back from his failures, it's absolutely as as pure as anybody else that accepts
Prince Daddy,
Christ.
would you like to enlighten the viewership and our fellow commentators over here about who Jim Baker is? And
Well,
and
I
this your
briefly
please.
know. I mean, I briefly heard about his story. I mean, I think he committed an offense.
What offense did he commit? What are some of the offenses he committed? Sure. I mean, he's one of the
you
most
might have to,
he's one of the most famous and the biggest televangelists in the last 50 years, and he's still very much out there doing his thing. So come on.
well, yeah. I mean, you can tell us it's crimes, but again, that's
I
the
think
beauty
he
about
knock on that
Christianity.
area, something like that.
This is the beauty about Christianity. No matter your crime, if you genuinely repent of your sin, just like it said in 1 John 1:9, if you confess your sins, it's just and faithful to forgive your sins and cleanse you from unrighteousness. So again, I'm not the one to condemn anybody. If you can, anybody can change course. So that's why it's impossible for me. I think Allah can attest to it as a Christian to condemn anybody, be a Christian or Muslim or even a non-believer. It's impossible. If I said I did condemn such a person, I'm writing myself another Christian.
You do a lot of condemnation over here all the time.
No, I can be making my point strongly. Doesn't mean I'm condemning any. Listen. As a Christian, you don't have the passport to condemn anybody. Do you understand that? You're a traditional worshiper. That's why you don't know. You worship some gods, unknown gods. Hold on, you worship some unknown gods. That's why you're confused about a lot of things. As a Christian, you don't have the passport or the right to condemn anybody. Who gave you two heads? Who did? So that's what you don't know. But I can make it, I can make my argument on any matter so strongly with passion if I want to. I can't condemn anybody. I can't do it. Who will give me that power? From where? Where's it coming from? I don't condemn people. I can't. And if you're a true Christian, you cannot do that neither.
But you partially condemned the GO just now.
No, see, when you guys want to trap people and get people in error, that's what people like you talk the way you talk. I was telling you my experience. No, it's okay to, I don't lie. I think I don't lie. I was trying to make a point that, by looking at the performance of another human being, I was trying to determine my Christianity by that. Hold on. It's quite important. Maybe people can learn. I was trying to determine
when I was in the primary school, I used to go to a big Catholic church, and all those, Friday, Monday Mass, get the Holy Communion. I did everything. Everything I'm supposed to know about Christianity, I do know it. But with the advent of Pentecostal in the later years, and things have changed, especially when we talk about Africa, and I think it's also deeply rooted in America. I don't know whether you're a Catholic or not. That's why I asked you about the Pentecostal churches, and you told us about your experience.
I've never been a Catholic. My grandfather was a reverend. In the Methodist Church, so I have a lineage of Christianity.
Just like Islam also have different denomination or kind of Islam. The same thing also happened to Christianity. You have different denomination of sect, the Methodist, the Anglican, and the rest. So as a Christian, so can you, like, for example, let's say you are a Methodist, can you worship in a Pentecostal church, or can you go to any church to worship with them? Or you have...
let me tell you one thing briefly, Remy. Let me tell you, growing up, as a little kid, I think, people, I don't always listen to what people tell me. I just try and think myself. Do you know, I'm still confused up to today for a very long time. Why do we have different denominations? I can get it. I don't know the meaning or the benefit of it. I just don't know. When I meet people, they say I'm a Christian. I said, do you believe in Jesus Christ? They say yes. I don't ask about your damn denomination. I don't know what it matters. I don't know why it matters at all. If you're a Christian, I believe.
But it matters. It matters a lot.
But it matters a lot.
Listen, I'm not disputing that it matters. To me, listen. If you invite me to a Pentecostal church, a Methodist church, Anglican, I will go there. To me, I believe that you guys are preaching the Bible and you believe in Jesus Christ. Unless I do something different, like the Mormons.
So would you go to Sele and Kerubun and Seraphim?
Maybe he doesn't know those ones.
Of course, I
He
do know
knows
what you mean.
them. He knows them. He knows them. Of course,
I
he
know,
knows them.
but if is there something? Are they Christians?
Yes, they
Well,
are.
you decide. You decide.
Yeah,
Well, to me,
they are Christian.
I think they're Christians, and they have that. You see, we are Christians in a lot of ways, but the practice of the religion itself is different. They do a lot of things differently. Maybe I don't care for. But if I sit down there and they talk about Jesus Christ and they're preaching the word, what the heck? Of course, I'm going to go there and listen to the preacher and listen to the people. What's wrong with that?
So do you know why I'm asking all these questions? In both religion, some people, they will never go to any other mosque as any other sect except the sect they know about, because the other sects to them, they are non-believers. So even when you talk about Christianity and when you talk about churches like Deeper Life, and I think there's another one, I forgot the name, maybe the Jehovah Witness. Some of these people,
I'm Mountain of Fire.
yeah, some of these people.
Okay, see, the
Some of
point
these,
is this.
let me just
You
say
know,
this. Some of these people,
okay.
they will never go along with maybe a Catholic or any kind of Pentecostal churches. They will never go there. They will never have anything to do with you because they see you as a totally unbeliever, that you are not a true Christian. So you see that
That's really funny. They're not a true. Are they the one to determine who's a true Christian? That's
I'm
the
telling
fallacy
you,
right
that is
there.
what is outside there. That is exactly what is outside there. That is it. So sometimes when you see some Muslim or some buying other moderate Muslim, other Muslim, they see them as non-believer and they don't care whether they are Muslim like them. They don't care because the type of Islam the kind of sect they belong to is too extreme. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we have both of them in both religions. That at the end of the day, if you are not careful, I appreciate you have your own mind and you can take what decision you want by yourself. But what about for majority of people who are confused? They don't even know what to do. And sometimes they find themselves in this kind of bubble that how to get out is very difficult. Ola, you can take it up.
So what I want to say is this. You know, I keep saying something that when it comes to religion, it's a control tool. You understand? Now, when you look at Christianity itself, it's not a religion; it's a way of life. So we know when some group of people now put themselves together, you know, you now have some people that want to control the group. Now you start putting some kind of doctrine. This is how we are going to behave. When we come to our church, you jump 3 times, you do all those stuff. So those are the doctrine that people introduce into all those things. That's why you have different denomination. You want to have your own step by step. This is the way you want to have. Then you have another group. Okay, this is the way. This is the approach you want to take. But at the end of the day, you understand, the message for you to be a Christian, the message is the same. You understand? The message is the same. You accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. You love then you follow his principle.
So we are resorting to preaching now. Are we in a church service?
You've gone for warrior and
I
says,
do worship. Let us talk. I do worship. Let us talk, please. I mean,
we are even going to the background now. So because it's already 5 hours because of the evening. So the thing is,
I converted to Muslim and they gave me one name is Usman those days.